Chapter 3754. Time ticked by. There were only 4 minutes left before the hour was up. Zichinya still hadn't shown up. Mengyu was puzzled. Could it be that this guy is telling the truth? Maybe I'm wrong? Having thought of this, she turned to Ling Xiao and asked, "Buddy, where is Zichinya?" "I told you, she's not here. I'm alone," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. "You're really alone?" Mengyu thought to herself, if Zichinya was here, she wouldn't have disappeared for such a long time. Therefore, she was starting to doubt her own judgment. "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded his head. "Zichinya, Sister Chinya, stop fooling around. Come out now," Mengyu shouted to the surrounding people. Suddenly, with a ferocious expression, she said, "If you don't come out now, I'll have to use this guy's life to save everyone." Still, there was no response. Mengyu had decided to risk it all. If this continued, there would only be 31 people left, and everyone would be killed. She didn't want that to happen. "Buddy, we don't have much time left. You don't want Zilong and Zichinya to die, right?" Mengyu looked at Ling Xiao and asked. "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded his head. "If that's the case, if there are still 31 people left in the last minute, why don't you let me kill you?" Mengyu finally revealed her ferocious expression. "You want to kill me? Are you serious?" Ling Xiao said with a surprised expression. "Little brat, don't pretend. Didn't you say that ZMO also died in your hands? If you can kill people from the Z family, why can't I kill you? I'm doing this for everyone's sake. I have no other choice." After saying that, Mengyu walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. "Since it's for everyone's sake, why don't you let me kill you?" Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. "You're old, and you've exhausted all your potential. I'm afraid you'll only be this strong for the rest of your life. I'm different from you. My potential is huge, and I can break through to the 6th divine core realm in the future. I might even surpass Blood Sword Lord. Rather than me dying, it's better for you to die, don't you think? Kid, you're quite eloquent. Unfortunately, your mouth won't be able to save you. I can now confirm that Zichinya is not here. So it's time for you to die." Meng, you could not even wait for a few minutes. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, in order to earn more slaughter points. "Oh, who said I wasn't here?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind Mengyu. In that instant, Mengyu was so frightened that she shuddered and hurriedly scurried to the side. She looked at the woman behind her in horror. It was a graceful woman in a purple-blue dress. Zichinya. Mengyu trembled in fear. At this moment, she had already thought of a very terrifying outcome. She might die. She knew how protective Zichinya was of Ling Xiao. "Sister Chinya, don't be angry. I was just giving you a suggestion. Think about it. What if the time is up and there are still 31 people left? Then we'll all die." Mengyu hurriedly said. "That's right. Then you can stay. If at the last minute, the number of people is still 31. If the time is up, then I'll kill you. It just so happens that I haven't killed anyone yet." Zichinya saw Ling Xiao and heaved a sigh of relief. In addition, Zilong's portrait was still there. Although they had not found him yet, the time was almost up. Zilong was probably in a safe place. Therefore, she was in the mood to threaten Mengyu. Don't, Sister Chinya." Mengyu's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she could only pray that at the last minute, the number of people left would be 30. Otherwise, with Zichinya's character, she would definitely not let her go. Zichinya looked at Mengyu coldly and said, "You'd better stand there obediently and not move. If I find out that you want to escape, then I'll definitely kill you immediately. At least now, you might still be alive." After saying this, she looked at Ling Xiao happily. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "But fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that woman. Don't joke with me. You must have your own ability to survive until now. I'm a little worried about you. It's a pity that I don't know where Zilong is." Ziqinya sighed and said, "Zilong." Ling Xiao smiled and removed the shield from the beast ring. Zilong rushed out from the ring. "Sister." Seeing Ziqinya, Zilong was very excited. With her sister, Ziqinya, it was the safest place. Because in this tomb, even you, Hua, might not be Ziqinya's opponent. "Xiaolong." Ziqinya was stunned. She suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You really gave me a big surprise. It turns out that you've been protecting Xiaolong. I really don't know how to thank you. We're a family. Don't mention it. Don't be so distant." Ling Xiao smiled and said. Hearing this, Ziqinya seemed to have thought of something, and her face blushed. "Someone is coming," Ling Xiao suddenly said, "and it's a big fish, a fifth heavenly core warrior from the Yu family." "Don't worry, I'm here," Ziqinya said. "No, that's not what I meant. Sister Qinya, please injure that guy. I'm here to kill him," Ling Xiao said. Since he had obtained a huge amount of slaughter points, he still wanted to get the Blood Sovereign armor. Since this fish had taken the bait, how could he not kill it? This guy was a peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior. After killing him, he would be able to get 40 slaughter points. After killing Gui Su and the warrior from the Z family, Jiang Chen's slaughter points had reached 440. If he could kill this guy as well, his slaughter points would increase to 480. The possibility of getting the first place in the tomb had increased. "Mengyu, lure him here. If you can't kill him, I'll kill you." Ziqinya looked at Mengyu and said, All right, I'll do it." In order to survive, Mengyu was willing to take the risk. She dashed out from the tomb. After a brief moment, she returned. The man who followed behind her was the peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior from the Yu family. He was a mighty warrior who was on par with Ziqinya. Obviously, the man didn't realize that this was a trap. Without any hesitation, he leapt towards Mengyu. However, Ziqinya suddenly attacked. An early 6th Heavenly Core warrior sneak attacking a peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior. It was easy for her to kill him. However, after listening to Ling Xiao, she didn't kill the man. Instead, she kept him alive. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao stepped forward and killed the man. He even devoured the man's gold core. The gold core was a precious treasure. A huge amount of potential energy was stored in Ling Xiao's divine core. Not only that, it also increased the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation by 10%. This 10% was incredible. It was equivalent to 100% of his previous energy. After all, Jiang Chen was breaking through from the 2nd Heavenly Core realm to the 3rd Heavenly Core realm. Every 10% required a huge amount of energy. Chapter 3755. Following the death of the Yu family's 5th Heavenly Core warrior, the number on the crystal ball became 30. Ling Xiao's slaughter points also became 480. Right at this moment, the image of Blood Sword Reverend appeared on the crystal ball once again. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Nicely done. The first test, the Evil Ghost Labyrinth, all 30 of you have passed." The same image appeared on everyone's crystal ball, and they all said the same thing. Some of them were annoyed, while some felt lucky. Those who were annoyed felt like they didn't have enough slaughter points. Those who felt lucky felt like they could finally wake up from this nightmare. As for what the crystal ball was, why did the image of Blood Sword Reverend appear on the crystal ball? Why did the image know how to speak? They didn't have the time to think about it. They were already very lucky to be able to survive this test. Right now, everyone was waiting for Blood Sword Reverend's next words. The evil ghost labyrinth had ended. Did this mean the entire game had ended? Or was there going to be a second test? They didn't know, but there were some who were looking forward to it. For example, Yu Hua. He had already obtained 450 slaughter points. He thought he had definitely gotten the first place. Therefore, he was looking forward to the Blood Sovereign armor as his reward. Come on, come on. In order to get the Blood Sovereign armor, I even killed my own men. Finally, this moment has arrived. This is so exciting. Yu Hua was extremely excited. In his mind, only he was qualified to get the Blood Sovereign armor. No one else was qualified to get it. On the other side, Meng Yu was panting heavily as she stared at the corpses of the Yu family warriors. If it wasn't for this idiot, she would have been the one to die. Zi Qianye protected Ling Xiao and Zi Long by her side, waiting for Blood Sword Reverend to continue. The first test was so cruel, it had given her a bad impression of Blood Sword Reverend. Therefore, she thought Blood Sword Reverend wouldn't let them go so easily. Perhaps there would be a second test. The difficulty and cruelty of this test was even more terrifying than the first test. 60 men entered the first test, and 30 of them died. This was already terrifying enough. No matter if it was the Z family or the Yu family, it was a nightmare. If they couldn't get the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance in the end, these people would have died in vain. If there is a second trial, it will be even more troublesome. This was because Yu Huatai would definitely obtain the Blood Supremacy armor in this round. That lunatic wouldn't even let off his own people. The Blood Sword Supreme liked killing maniacs like this. Therefore, he would definitely be the one to obtain the Blood Supreme armor. Once he obtains the Blood Sovereign armor, his strength will increase greatly, and I won't be his match. At that time, once we meet him, we will definitely be killed. Zi Qianye never dreamed that Ling Zhao's slaughter points would reach 480. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation was still not strong enough. Therefore, she was very worried right now. Ling Xiao didn't say anything because he wasn't confident either. Although he had obtained 480 slaughter points, it was still not enough. But until the very last moment, no one knew whether they would be able to get first place. After all, although Yu Hua didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he was a lunatic who killed without blinking. He even killed his own people, and those who were loyal to him at that. He couldn't do it. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. He could only wait for the Blood Sword Supreme to announce the results. The evil spirit maze has ended. Next, we will announce the slaughter points ranking of the top 5. The person with the highest slaughter points will obtain the Blood Supreme armor. Many people with low slaughter points weren't interested in this at all. But since they were bored anyway, they just listened casually. However, those with high slaughter points were very nervous. No matter how they guessed, the final result wouldn't count until it was announced. 5th place, Meng Yu, 62 slaughter points. Obviously, the points were announced in order from the 5th to the 1st. Meng Yu didn't expect that she would be 5th. She thought that with only 62 points, it would be impossible for her to enter the top 5. From this, it could be seen that it wasn't easy to obtain these points. Every martial artist had their own life-saving skills. If they didn't want to die, it would be very difficult for others to kill them. Many people might have hidden from the beginning, thinking that even if they didn't get a single slaughter point, they would still survive until the end. But things weren't as easy as they thought. With the existence of evil spirits, they would be chased out even if they tried to hide. Therefore, they went looking for their companions, but who would have thought that they would be killed by their companions? 4th place, Tang Yi, 76 slaughter points. Tang Yi was the man Ling Xiao had killed. He was killed by Ling Xiao a few minutes later. He must have killed a few people before this. If not, he wouldn't have gotten 76 slaughter points. But a dead man was like an extinguished lamp. Even if he had gotten those slaughter points, they were meaningless now. Of course, if he didn't get first place, no matter how many slaughter points he got, it was meaningless. Third place, Yu Qilong, 84 slaughter points. Yu Qilong was a 5th-level Divine Core warrior, so it was normal for him to get 84 slaughter points. But right now, many people were talking about it. Among the remaining warriors, there were 3 5th-level Divine Core warriors, including Zilan from the Z family and 2 peak 5th-level Divine Core warriors from the U family. There were 2 6th-level Divine Core warriors, including Zi Qianye and Yu Hua. The first and second place would definitely be decided from these few people. As for Ling Xiao, none of them thought about him at all. Aside from Zilong, who kept glancing at Ling Xiao, even Zi Qianye didn't expect Ling Xiao to get so many slaughter points. Next, I will announce the second place. It seemed like the shadow of Blood Sword Reverend was an intelligent being. Perhaps it was controlled by Blood Sword Reverend's broken soul. Why did he purposely take a deep breath here? After some time, he continued, second place, 450 slaughter points. Who could get so many slaughter points? Most of the people were shocked after hearing about the slaughter points. How many people did he have to kill in order to get so many slaughter points? Don't tell me it's Zilan? That guy is cruel and merciless. He won't even let his own people go. Zi Qianye murmured to herself. In her mind, Yu Hua must have gotten more slaughter points than this. Indigo had killed so many people, but it was probably for nothing. On the other side, Yu Hua was completely dumbfounded. 450 slaughter points. Wasn't this his result? He knew his own result better than anyone else. He didn't get first place. He got second place. This was something he couldn't accept. Who? Who is it? Who is it that has more slaughter points than me? Is it Zilan? Or Yu Zhen? Or Yu Hang? Yu Zhen was a peak 5th-level Divine Core warrior from the Yu family. Yu Hang was another peak Divine Core warrior, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. Chapter 3756. But even if Yu Hang was dead, he could still get the highest slaughter points. Even if Tang Yi was dead, he would still get the 4th place. If it was Yu Zhen or Yu Hang, he could still accept it. But if it was Zilan, he couldn't accept it. Right at this moment, Blood Sword Reverend announced the name of the 2nd-ranked warrior, Yu Hua. Why is it him? Zi Qianye was startled. Yu Hua isn't the 1st-ranked warrior. Who is it then? Everyone was waiting for the answer. There was actually someone who had more kills than Yu Hua. It must be Zi Qianye from the Z family. Impossible. It must be Yu Zhen. Many people were discussing, but this time, Blood Sword Reverend didn't keep them in suspense. He announced the name of the 1st-ranked warrior. First place, Ling Xiao, 480 slaughter points. Hearing this name, everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if they had lost their souls. Ling Xiao, how is this possible? He was just a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior. How could he have more slaughter points than Yu Hua? Yu Hua couldn't accept this result. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. This is cheating. He must have cheated. But too bad, no one cared about his voice. Even if he really cheated, what could he do? To be honest, Ling Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. This Yu Hua was really fierce. If it wasn't for Zi Qianye, who helped him kill, that peak 5th-level Divine Core warrior from the Yu family, his slaughter points would have been 440. His slaughter points went from 440 to 480. He was really going to lose to Yu Hua. This old thing is really fierce. Even with the advantage of the Tai Chi, he almost lost. Zi Qianye looked at Ling Xiao as if he was worshipping a god. For a long time, he was unable to calm his beating heart. As for Mengyu, she looked as if she had just seen a ghost. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. But 3 men, 3 phantoms of blood sword reverend. The result was exactly the same. How could she not believe it? Sister Chinya, don't look at me like that. If it wasn't for you who helped me kill that guy, I wouldn't be the first ranked warrior. Ling Xiao shrugged. Now that the results were out, he heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if Yu Hua got the Blood Lord armor, who knew what he would do? I can't believe it. How did you do it? Zi Qinya was still in disbelief. If Master Tai Yuan and Yang Shui had followed them, she could still understand. But the problem was that those 2 people were not here. Big sister, other than the last one, I helped the rest. Zilong said excitedly. Actually, what I want to know most is Yu Hua's expression. He had worked so hard to obtain so many slaughter points, and he hadn't even hesitated to hurt his own people. In the end, I was the one who picked the peach. Won't he be mad with anger? Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Puchi, Zi Qinya couldn't help laughing. She could imagine Yu Hua's exasperated look. But soon she stopped laughing and said, Ling Xiao, I think everyone knows that you got the first-ranked warrior. Yu Hua has suffered such a huge loss. I don't think he will let you go easily. You have to be careful. Even if I don't get the first-ranked warrior, do you think he will let me go after meeting me? You don't have to worry about that. Whether I offend him or not, he will still kill me. So why don't I go crazy? Ling Xiao didn't really care. That's true. The Blood Lord armor, once you get it, you will be able to unleash a combat strength that is at least 1 stage higher. That means since you are now at the peak 2nd Heavenly Core Realm, with the Blood Lord armor, your combat strength will be at least at the peak 3rd Heavenly Core Realm. Zi Qinya said excitedly. Hearing what she said, Ling Xiao and Zilong both had strange expressions on their faces. Big sister, you've underestimated him. Even without the Blood Lord armor, he can still unleash such combat strength. Therefore, the Blood Lord armor is useless to him. Zilong said with a bitter smile. That's right. I've decided to give the Blood Lord armor to you, Sister Qinya. Either you use it or you give it to Zilong. Either way, I don't need it anymore. In fact, even if the Blood Lord armor was useful to him, he still wouldn't want it. Since he had decided to give it to Zi Qinya and Zilong, he wouldn't change his mind. Give it to me? Zi Qinya was startled. The Blood Lord armor was so precious, and he was giving it to her? Once she obtained the Blood Lord armor, perhaps she would be able to unleash a combat strength equal to a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior. She might even be stronger than the king of Z Mansion. Just as she was about to speak, the Blood Lord sword spoke again. The Blood Lord armor belongs to Ling Xiao, who has accumulated the most slaughter points. But the reward won't be given out now. It will be given out after someone obtains my inheritance. Remember this, the Blood Lord armor belongs to Ling Xiao. As long as you kill him, you will be able to obtain the Blood Lord armor that belongs to him. Ha ha ha, isn't this fun? Fun your sister. Fuck your mother. Ling Xiao was so angry that he started cursing. This Blood Lord sword was too treacherous. It was obvious that he had become the target of everyone's criticism. Whoever killed Jiang Chen would be able to obtain the Blood Lord armor. At that time, apart from Zi Qinya and Zilong, everyone else would be killed. They would go crazy and try to kill Jiang Chen. After all, this was the Blood Lord armor. Especially that old bastard Yu Hua. There was no way he would let Ling Xiao go. This Blood Lord sword is indeed not a righteous man. No wonder he was hunted down by the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong country. He has completely fallen into the path of evil. The way I see it, He basically wants everyone who enters the bone burial ground to kill each other. No one will be able to obtain his inheritance, Zichenya said with a frown. If that's really the case, I will definitely turn Blood Lord Sword into ashes. Old bastard, you're already dead, but you still won't stop. A ruthless look emerged in Ling Zhao's eyes. From now on, if anyone dared to show any hostility towards him, he would definitely kill them. He had to be more ruthless and merciless. If he died, he would be helping that old bastard, Blood Lord Sword, achieve his goal. His remnant soul would probably laugh maniacally. All right, I've said what I need to say. Next, there's another test. After passing the second test, one of you will be able to obtain my inheritance. Now, follow me to the final resting place. The Blood Lord Sword's figure was very clear. The bone burial ground had prepared 2 tests for the outsiders. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take it. Moreover, the final resting place should be the final resting place of the Blood Lord Sword's life. It should be the core area of the bone burial ground. But how would they get there? Just as everyone was puzzled, the crystal ball suddenly released a terrifying, devouring power. Everyone was sucked into it. When they opened their eyes, they had already left the evil ghost maze and arrived at a brand new place. This place looked like an ancient underground palace. Chapter 3757. This palace was even older than the Blood Sword Supreme. The Blood Sword Supreme might have found this place suitable for hiding, so he came here. Zichenya guarded Ling Xiao and Zilong warily, because all 30 of them appeared in the same place. The Blood Sword Supreme had said that whoever killed Ling Xiao would get the right to inherit the Blood Supreme armor. The others would definitely take special care of Ling Xiao, including those from the Z family. Sister, it's too dangerous for you to protect the 2 of them. Why don't I hide in Brother Ling Xiao's beast ring? I don't want to cause you trouble. If you need me, just let me out. Zilong suggested. Ling Xiao nodded and kept Zilong. At this time, Zichenya would not object to this. After all, this was indeed the best way. Ling Xiao looked up and found that there was a blood-red liquid above the palace. If he guessed correctly, the evil ghost maze should be above this palace. And there was no other way to come in. They could only be guided here by the crystal ball. As he looked, he suddenly felt the malice from countless pairs of eyes. Ling Xiao looked at the people in front of him. There were 20 people from the Yu family left. There were only 8 people from the Z family left. Including him and Gao Hong, there were 10 people in total. The 2 families had lost a lot of people. Especially the Yu clan, their losses were even greater. After all, when they entered here, there were 40 people from the Yu family and 18 from the Z family. The Yu family lost 20 people, and the Z family lost 10 people. This might be the reason why the Yu family was so angry at this time. They did not want to lose so many people and get nothing in the end. Zichenya protected Ling Xiao and stood in the corner of the palace, staring at the remaining 26 people. Whether it was the Z family or the Yu family, they could be their enemies at this time. The place where they landed was very small, about 100 square meters in total, and there were thick walls around them. They did not see a door. Even if there was a door, it should be closed. Therefore, Zichenya and Ling Xiao had no chance to escape. Soon, he was surrounded by others. Zichenya, make that brat swear that he will give the Blood Supreme armor to the Z clan after we get out. We can help you. Otherwise, we will also join hands with the Yu clan to deal with you. Zilong looked at Zichenya and said coldly, I can swear. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile, but it quickly disappeared. Originally, he wanted to give the Blood Supreme armor to Zichenya. Zichenya was also a member of the Z clan. Therefore, swearing or not swearing didn't make much of a difference. Then he swore an oath. Violet Orchid smiled and was about to walk over. At the side, Mengyu said, "Husband, don't be fooled. That brat originally planned to give the Blood Sovereign armor to Zi Qianya." "What?" Zilan stopped in her tracks, feeling like she had been played. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Z clan members, don't you think Zi Qianya is the best candidate? Only with the Blood Lord armor could she suppress Yu Hua. Even the Purple Mansion King was no match for her. At that time, your Z family will be rich." Except for Zilan and Mengyu, the rest of them felt that Ling Xiao was right. Although Zi Qianya didn't have a good relationship with the Z clan, she was still a member of the Z clan. Keep the goodies within the family. Don't you forget how Zi Qianya's parents died. If you dare to go over, I will tell the truth and let Zi Qianya kill you one by one." Zilan roared. "What?" Zi Qianya was stunned. She had always thought that her parents died to save the Z clan. However, Zilan's words didn't seem right. "Zilan, you'd better tell me clearly. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Zi Qianya said coldly. The cause of her parents' death had been concealed for decades. Today, she found out a clue. Don't talk nonsense. Today, whoever dares to snatch the Blood Supreme armor from the Yu clan will die. Yu Hua naturally had his own confidence when he said these words. His Yu clan had 20 survivors, twice as many as the other party. Among the other party, Gao Hong and Zilong were useless. In other words, they only had 8 combatants. As long as he held Zi Qianya back, the Yu clan could slaughter the entire Z clan. Therefore, he didn't care about Zilan's choice at all. Zilan and the others were shocked. They hurriedly turned from surrounding Zi Qianya and Ling Xiao to facing the Yu clan. They had no choice. They had to make this choice. Otherwise, they would die too. Moreover, they would die faster. Boom! Just as the battle was about to start, a stone door in the palace opened. A person walked in from that door. It was a terrifying person who was full of murderous intent. No, that's not a person. It's a puppet warrior. But it looks exactly like the Blood Supreme. It must be a puppet warrior made by the Blood Supreme. He was also a powerful puppet master in the past. Seeing the puppet warrior, no one dared to act rashly. The terrifying aura released by the puppet warrior was no less than Zi Qianya and Yu Hua. "It's just a puppet. Don't worry about it." Suddenly, an expert from the Yu clan dashed out. He threw a punch at the puppet warrior. The puppet warrior wasn't the real Blood Supreme. He wasn't afraid at all. As for that terrifying aura, it was very likely that it had been deliberately created. It was fake. However, when he dashed out, his throat was pierced by the puppet warrior's finger. He died on the spot. "How dare you act rashly in my burial place? Are you tired of living?" A soaring killing intent was released from the puppet martial artist's body. The entire palace had turned into a purgatory. This caused everyone to tremble in fear and panic. At this moment, everyone understood just how terrifying was this puppet warrior. Although it might not be as strong as the Blood Supreme, it was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. No one dared to act rashly. They all stood there obediently. The puppet warrior sat on the throne and asked with a smile, "You're not messing around anymore? Good. Since that's the case, let's start what's next." His voice was exactly the same as the Blood Supreme's. One could tell that the Blood Sword Lord back then was truly a genius. Whether it was martial arts or puppet making, he was top-notch. It was a pity that he ended up on the demonic path. Otherwise, he would have become a legend in the Golden Sky region. "Everyone, you can call me Blood Demon Supreme. This is the name given to me by Shui-Yang. The puppet warrior said indifferently, "The killing game in the evil ghost maze has ended. I'm sure everyone isn't calm yet. It's okay. The next stage will be more exciting." Hearing this, everyone cursed in their hearts. Exciting my ass. No one needed that kind of excitement. No one could accept that half of them had died. Chapter 3758. Death Wail. Just hearing it made people feel uncomfortable. Who knew what kind of torturous trick it was? This Bloodsword Supreme was too good at tormenting people. However, the puppet warrior did not care about their feelings. It continued. The Death Wail game is 3 times harder than the Evil Spirit Maze. Therefore, there are 3 types of rewards. As long as you can get into the top 3, you will be rewarded. What you need to do is to walk out of this stone door and keep going forward. Whoever can last the longest will get the highest ranking. The last 3 people will be the top 3. Hearing the puppet warrior's words, everyone was speechless. Not to mention 3 rewards. Even if there were 10 rewards, they would not want to try. Unfortunately, they did not have the right to choose now. They could only continue to listen. The rules were still very vague. It only said to walk along that path, but the puppet warrior did not explain what was on that path. No one dared to ask. No one wanted to offend this fellow. After all, one person had just died. This puppet warrior did not have any emotions and killed without hesitation. It had no scruples. Death wail? I'm afraid there will be many dangers along the way. Wail in death, wail in death. It will not be comfortable. Evil spirits, mechanisms, puppets, traps. There might even be other things that are hard to bear. It must be like this. Even if Ling Xiao used his thigh, he could guess that these tricks were purely used to torment people. He hated being teased like a toy. He really hated it. If the Bloodsword Supreme died, he would definitely turn that old thing into ashes. If he did not die and still had an inner core, he would devour it. This kind of person should be buried in history. But come to think of it, Ling Xiao had a strange feeling. There was a very attractive aura in that deep passage. This aura resonated with his divine sun-beast soul. Perhaps there was really something good inside. It would not be bad to try. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The puppet warrior naturally didn't care about what everyone was thinking. He just continued to say, "Don't worry." It continued. Now, I will announce the details of the rewards. The 3rd place would receive 2 rewards. The first reward was a high-grade spirit stone, a total of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The second one is a martial skill book. It's a 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill called Blood Devil Seal, used by the Blood Sword Reverend Shui-Yang when he was at the 6th Divine Core Realm. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. He could barely control his excitement. Although 1 million high-grade spirit stones was a lot, it was not enough to make these people risk their lives. However, the second reward was incredible. Even Yu Hua and Zi Qianye, who were both generals, didn't have a blood demon seal, a high-grade 6th Order Emperor level martial skill. This terrifying attraction could be said to be fatal. Originally, many people were still thinking about how to get out, but now each and every one of them had an excited and greedy expression. Sure enough, money moved people's hearts. Although the Bloodsword Supreme was despicable, he had to admit that the greed of human nature was incurable. Ling Xiao was in no position to mock others. Even he shuddered when he heard that it was a 6th level Emperor grade martial skill. Blood Devil Seal. That is indeed a martial skill that the Blood Sword Reverend started cultivating after he broke through to the 6th Divine Core Realm. It is extremely powerful, and it can directly destroy the cultivator's blood and chi. It can cause the cultivator's blood and chi to change. No matter how strong the cultivator's defense is, the cultivator will still be severely injured. The blood sword supreme relied on the blood devil seal to travel across the four regions, and only when he broke through to the peak 7th divine core realm did he start cultivating another martial skill. It's also his most powerful technique. Yu Hua couldn't help but exclaim, a 6th level emperor grade martial skill. In the entire Z kingdom, perhaps only the king has it, and it is only a 6th level emperor grade martial skill. A 6th level emperor grade martial skill. I think it can only be found in places like the Eastern Victory Kingdom. Such a powerful martial skill, but it is only the reward for the 3rd place. What kind of terrifying reward will the 2nd place get? Ziqianya's words made the crowd even more expectant. Could it be that the 2nd place will be able to obtain the Blood Sword Supreme's strongest skill? Yuzhen furrowed his brows and said, "Impossible. What else can the 1st place get?" Zilon shook her head and said, "Right at this moment, everyone seemed to be in harmony. No one was arguing or attacking each other. They were all focusing on the rewards. Compared to the Blood Sword Supreme armor, the martial skill was more tempting. Although the Blood Sword Supreme armor was good, it was still an external object. Once the martial skill was mastered, it would belong to the cultivator. Furthermore, once a mighty warrior like Yu Hua or Ziqianya successfully cultivated the Blood Devil Seal, even the Blood Sword Supreme armor wouldn't be able to stop them. In fact, Ling Xiao had some doubts in his mind as well. But he believed that since the Blood Sword Supreme gave out such a reward, he must have his reasons. Perhaps the reward for the 1st place was something better that the Blood Sword Supreme had found in the ancient palace. The puppet warrior gazed at the crowd with disdain. The expression on his face was so real that it almost looked like a real person. After the crowd finished their discussion, he continued, "The 2nd place also has 2 rewards. The 1st reward is 5 million upper rank soul stones. 5 million upper rank soul stones. This amount was much higher than 1 million upper rank soul stones. Many people were tempted by the reward, but they believed that apart from the upper rank soul stones, there must be something better. For example, a martial skill. Therefore, they all looked at the puppet warrior, waiting for his next words. The puppet warrior didn't disappoint them. He said, "The 2nd reward is the strongest martial skill of the Blood Sword Supreme, the 9 heavens of slaughter." It really was the 9 heavens of slaughter. Those who had read the history of the Blood Sword Supreme knew the 2 strongest martial skills of the Blood Sword Supreme. One was the 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, the Blood Devil Seal. The other one was the 7th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, the 9 heavens of slaughter. Yu Hua was shocked. The 2nd place can get the 9 heavens of slaughter. This is heaven-defying. Even in the entire Dongsheng Strong country, there are less than 3 7th Order Emperor Realm martial skills. Even in the entire Golden Sky domain, the 9 heavens of slaughter is a super martial skill that countless people dream of. Its power is 100 times stronger than the Blood Devil Seal. It is a peerless martial skill that the Blood Sword Supreme had never been able to cultivate in his entire life. But after cultivating it to the 6th heavens, the Blood Sword Supreme is able to use it to fight a 9th Heavens Divine Core warrior, the Emperor of the Dongsheng Strong country. Yu Hua was, after all, a great general. He knew more than the others. But if the 9 heavens of slaughter is so powerful, why didn't they leave it for the 1st place? Could it be that the 1st place martial skill is something even more terrifying than the 9 heavens of slaughter? Meng Yu furrowed his brows and said, "Even an idiot knew that the reward for the 1st place was better than the 2nd place." Chapter 37:59. Although the 9 heavens of slaughter was extremely powerful, it was only a 7th Order Emperor martial skill. there were still other martial skills that were stronger than it. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. Therefore, they couldn't wait to know what the next reward was. This time, the puppet warrior didn't keep the crowd in suspense. Instead, he continued, "There are 3 rewards for the champion. The first one is still the upper grade soul stones. 10 million. 10 million upper grade soul stones. Normally, a warrior with such wealth would at least be a 7th order divine core warrior. Perhaps this blood sword reverend only had less than 20 million upper grade soul stones, and most of them were used as rewards. The second reward is the blood sword used by Blood Sword Reverend when he was still alive. It is a spiritual grade, heavenly king weapon." Hearing the rewards, the crowd was once again stirred. Although there were a lot of upper grade soul stones, they could still be earned slowly. But a spiritual grade heavenly king weapon was something no one from the Purple Kingdom could ever obtain. Even in the entire Dong Sheng Strong country, there were less than 3 spiritual grade heavenly king weapons. This was really too precious. Sure enough, the champion is different. I wonder what the third reward is. The crowd was looking forward to it. The third reward is also a martial skill. To be exact, it is an immemorial tortoise shell. There is a martial skill carved on it. Even Blood Sword Reverend doesn't know its name, because Blood Sword Reverend didn't succeed in cultivating it. But one thing is for sure, this martial skill is not any weaker than the 9 heavens of slaughter. It might even be an 8th order Emperor martial skill. Only those who are fated with it are qualified to obtain it. Of course, you can also choose to give it up and choose the 9 heavens of slaughter. Blood Sword Reverend is a very humane person. Hearing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the champion was indeed better than the champion. Not only did he get an extra 5 million upper grade soul stones, he also got a spiritual grade, heavenly king weapon blood sword. Most importantly, he could choose the 9 heavens of slaughter or the martial skill recorded on the immemorial tortoise shell. Perhaps those who liked to play it safe would choose the 9 heavens of slaughter. But Ling Xiao was looking forward to the immemorial tortoise shell. All treasures that were passed down from the immemorial era were all great treasures. Ling Xiao believed that the reason why the Dong Sheng Kingdom's king wanted to kill the Blood Sword Supreme was not only because the Blood Sword Supreme had killed countless people, but also because of this immemorial tortoise shell. For the rest of the time, you can choose to start the game or stay here to rest. This death whale game wasn't about speed, but endurance. However, the rest time could not exceed 10 minutes, or else they would be obliterated. I wish you good luck. Goodbye. After the puppet warrior finished speaking, he quickly rushed into the deep tunnel and disappeared. At this moment, the remaining 29 people did not have the time to fight amongst themselves. Everyone looked at the open stone door and thought about what to do next. Obviously, this was a very tempting game, although it was extremely dangerous. However, in addition to a large number of high-grade spirit stones, there were even rewards like Blood Demon Seal, 9 heavens of slaughter, immemorial martial skills, and spiritual heavenly king artifact. It was impossible for anyone not to be tempted. However, since the Blood Sword Supreme had not succeeded in cultivating the immemorial martial skill, most people were not particularly interested in it. To them, that thing was of little value. Instead, the 9 heavens of slaughter was more suitable for them. Among all of them, only Ling Xiao had the clearest goal. He was determined to obtain the immemorial martial skill. He even suspected that his sun god beast soul had sensed the immemorial tortoiseshell and responded. Ling Xiao, seeing Ling Xiao's lifeless eyes as if he was thinking about something, Zi Qinya could not help but call out. This was because there were already people who had entered the tunnel. Although the puppet warrior had already said that the test this time was about endurance and not speed, it was still a test of endurance. Naturally, there were also people who thought that if they were one step ahead, they would be able to reach the end first. Sister Qinya, I'm fine. Let's wait until the end. There's no rush. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qinya and said he believed that the tunnel would be filled with traps and dangers. Whoever walked out first would definitely be unlucky. There were probably many people who thought the same as him. Therefore, there were only two people who were rashly going out now. One was Zilon, who was impulsive. The other was an expert from the Yu family. However, that guy seemed to have been ordered to scout the way. He seemed a little unwilling. I'll listen to you. After experiencing so many things, Zi Qinya had gradually gotten used to following Ling Xiao's orders. Although Ling Xiao was not as strong as her, she was not as smart as Ling Xiao. Also, Sister Qinya, you don't have to worry about Zilong and me this time. I'll take care of Zilong. You just need to finish the second test. The top 3 in this test will all be rewarded. I don't want the reward to be taken away by others. This was the only thing Ling Xiao wanted to tell Zi Qinya. In the previous trial, Zi Qinya was too concerned about their safety, so she lost her composure. She only cared about finding people and had no intention of competing for the Blood Supreme armor. That kind of method was absolutely not allowed in this round. No, I might be able to help you reach the end first. Zi Qinya suddenly smiled and said, Don't you still have Gao Hong and Zilong in your beast ring? If you're the first to arrive, it means that the top 3 are all here. I'm afraid the beast ring won't work on this test. The Blood Supreme sword must have thought about this. However, it's okay. I have other methods. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, you just need to go all out at the beginning. When I need your help, I won't be polite. Ling Xiao's method was naturally the Mountain River world. Even if the Blood Supreme sword could eliminate the use of the beast ring, the Mountain River world was not something he could control. Actually, the better method was to let Gao Hong and Zilong rest here. However, the puppet warrior had said that they could only stay here for 10 minutes. If they didn't leave after the time was up, they would be killed. Therefore, putting Gao Hong and Zilong in the Mountain River world was the best choice. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let the two of them know the truth. He would let them think that they were still in the beast ring. Okay, we'll do as you say. Zi Qinya nodded. At this moment, Zi Qinya did not have the domineering aura of a monarch in front of Ling Xiao. She was completely an obedient wife. Suddenly, a scream came from the tunnel. Something had happened to the expert of the Yu family. This scream caused everyone's hearts to tremble. However, there were only a few dozen seconds left before the 10 minutes were up. Everyone was ready to set off. It was impossible for them not to leave. Everyone wanted to wait for others to leave first. However, because the countdown had already started, those who did not want to die could only rush out. Only Ling Xiao was very calm. He did not seem to be in a hurry at all. In the last 10 seconds, everyone had rushed out. Only then did Ling Xiao and Zi Qian slowly walk out of the palace. Chapter 3760. Right when Ling Xiao and Zi Qinya dashed out from the palace, they immediately heard a series of miserable screams coming from the front. It looked like someone had fallen into the trap. And it wasn't just one person. Because Zilong and Yu family didn't have many warriors, the chances of triggering the traps were lower. But this time, it was different. When everyone came out together, the traps would definitely be triggered. This was the reason why Ling Xiao had to wait until the end. Since someone was standing in front of them and taking the hit for them, why not? When the last 2 men left the palace, the stone door instantly closed behind them. The tunnel was filled with a thick smell of blood. There were also flashing red lights. It gave off a terrifying feeling. Yu Qilong turned around and looked at Zi Qinya. After that, He threw his glance at Ling Xiao. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation he suffered just now. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao and make Zi Qianye suffer. Brother Qilong, let me deal with that guy. Yu Hao volunteered. You'd better concentrate on this test. The top 3 in the Yu family are the patriarch, Yu Zhen, and you. Don't let other things affect your mind. Yu Qilong looked at Yu Hao. He nodded his head and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you." Yu Hao had just broken through recently. He had broken through from the peak 3rd heavenly core realm to the early 4th heavenly core realm. It took Yu Hao 20 years to break through, but it was just the right time. Although they wanted Ling Xiao's life, they weren't stupid enough to do it now. Ling Xiao was right next to Zi Qianye, and even Yu Hua couldn't kill him. The opportunity they were waiting for was when Ling Xiao was alone. The environment of this passageway was very complicated. No one knew what would happen later. I can smell the terrifying killing intent in the air, and it seems like the deeper we go, the more terrifying it gets. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, "Sister Qianye, if I'm not mistaken, besides the traps and traps, this killing intent is the scariest thing. It can mess with one's mind and drive one crazy." "I can feel it too. This is just the beginning, and it's already so scary." It was hard to imagine what more terrifying things would happen if they continued to walk forward. No wonder the puppet martial artist had said that this level was a test of endurance, not only the endurance of the body, but also the endurance of the soul. Zi Qianye nodded. "Let's go. Sister Qianye, follow me closely." Ling Xiao had the taiji eye. If he walked along the path that the others had taken, he would be able to avoid the traps and mechanisms that had not been activated. However, the most troublesome part was that terrifying killing intent. Even the taiji eye would not be able to avoid it. In that case, he would have to endure it. The 2 of them started to move forward. Ling Xiao noticed that as soon as they stepped into the tunnel, Zilong and Gao Hong were forced out of the beast ring. Because he had always cared about them, Ling Xiao sent them back into the mountain river world the moment they were forced out. Just as I expected, the beast ring can no longer contain living creatures, but the mountain river world can. The tyrannical sky martial spirit is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao smiled to himself and continued forward. The passageway was very spacious. It was more than 50 meters long. It can accommodate many people side by side. It should be comfortable to walk in here. But right now, none of them showed any signs of comfort. Instead, they were like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. They were swaying crazily, and they could sink at any moment. The terrifying killing intent was really unbearable, but they could still withstand the killing intent at the beginning. Yu Hua and Zi Qianye were not affected at all. After all, they were 6th heavenly core warriors. If their souls were shaken by such a tiny amount of killing intent, they would be too weak. But everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The road ahead would only get harder and harder. The Blood Sword Reverend was a lunatic. He did not care about human lives. Even if all of them were to die, he would not care. Perhaps this was his goal all along. The reward might be real, but this road was a dead end. No matter what the others thought, Ling Xiao thought the same. The Blood Sword Reverend's personality was like this. He would rather bring his own things into his grave than give them to anyone else. But even if he did not give them to Ling Xiao, could he not take them? Not necessarily. There was a limit to what a dead man could do. Ling Xiao's performance was better than Zi Qianye and Yu Hua's. Although the 2 of them did not feel anything strange, they still had to circulate their soul energy to resist the killing intent. But Ling Xiao was not the same. Not only did he not have to resist, he was like a fish in the water. It was much more comfortable than being on the ground. The killing intent was his nourishment. The killing intent was the resource that tempered his soul. It had been a long time since his soul energy had improved. The blood sword Reverend's killing intent was perfect for him to use. Oh, blood sword Reverend, I bet you would never have thought that there would be a freak like me. Ling Xiao smiled inwardly and continued to walk forward, following closely behind the main group. Obviously, it would be safer with more people. Under such killing intent, the people from the Yu family would not act recklessly. They dared not act recklessly. They did not want to lose the big picture for the small. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao realized that all the traps and mechanisms had disappeared. However, his killing intent had increased by twofold. The blood sword Reverend probably felt that there was no need for those traps and mechanisms. His will to kill is more than enough. Because there were no more traps and mechanisms, many people sped up. After all, the slower they walked, the more tormented it would be. Gradually, only Ling Xiao and Zi Qinya were left behind. The two of them were still chatting as they walked slowly. Under the threat of the killing intent, Zi Qinya felt a little pressured. However, Ling Xiao was still calm. After a while, they suddenly saw a corpse on the ground. It was the expert from the Yu family who had entered the tunnel first. It seems like he had seen something terrifying when he was alive. He was scared to death. Ling Xiao checked the corpse and said, "Killing intent is indeed more terrifying than traps and mechanisms." Zi Qinya frowned. The road ahead was probably going to be even more dangerous. They continued to walk. After walking for another 10 minutes, the killing intent doubled again, reaching 3 times the previous killing intent. Beads of sweat appeared on Zi Chenya's forehead. He could clearly feel the pressure. In front of them, there were shouts of killing. When they went over, they saw an expert from the Zi family slashing and killing in the air. He was crazily consuming his true essence and physical strength. If he continued like this, he would definitely die of exhaustion. What a terrifying killing intent. It's already making people hallucinate. Zi Qinya frowned. Then, Zi Qinya slapped that person unconscious. It could be seen that although Zi Qinya blamed the Zi family, he still had feelings for them. After all, blood was thicker than water. Ling Xiao did not say anything. The other party was just a person who could not pose a threat. It did not matter whether he killed him or not. Chapter 37:61. There are only 27 people left. Ling Xiao looked at the crystal ball in his storage ring and said, "Let's continue." Zi Qinya nodded, and the two of them continued to move forward. In less than 10 minutes, they saw another corpse. It was a member of the Yu family. Obviously, he died of exhaustion. 26 people. Ling Xiao sighed and continued to move forward. Half an hour later, his slaughter will had increased to 4 times its initial level. Even Zi Qinya felt a lot of pressure from this. It was not as easy to move forward as before. "You're a little special." Zi Qinya looked at Ling Xiao and was surprised. This was because Ling Xiao's breathing had not changed at all. It was still very normal. "Sister Qinya, I will tell you when it's time. Now, I'm really sorry." Ling Xiao shook his head. He could not tell Zi Qinya the secret of the martial spirit. Even if he trusted Zi Qinya, there was no guarantee that Zi Qinya wouldn't spill the beans when her brother's life was in danger. Therefore, keeping a secret was also keeping a friend. "Okay, I won't ask." Zi Qinya closed her mouth obediently. The two of them continued to move forward. In the fourth 10 minutes, they saw 6 corpses. Some of them died of exhaustion, and some of them killed each other. Now, there were only 20 people left. This was really cruel. Ling Xiao could see the pity on Zi Qianya's face. After all, Zi Qianya was the monarch, and she loved her people. Moreover, there were members of the Zi family among the dead. Naturally, she would be sad. Ling Xiao was also a sentimental person. Seeing these people die so miserably, he didn't feel good in his heart. The blood-sword reverend was too cruel. He did not give them a chance to live. After 40 minutes, the slaughter had quadrupled. Zi Qianya began to feel confused. Ling Xiao could already imagine what would happen to the others. Ling Xiao, can you think of a way? If this goes on, everyone will die. I don't care about the Yu family, but not everyone in the Zi family deserves to die. Zi Qianya couldn't help asking, I'm sorry, Big Sister Qianya. I can't do anything now, unless they're knocked out in advance. Otherwise, you will be affected by the killing intent. Ling Xiao said, All right, let's knock them out. Zi Qianya clenched his teeth and said, You just wait in the back. Don't worry. I'll handle this. Remember, don't be anxious. Otherwise, when I have no time to take care of you, you will be ambushed by those bastards from the Yu clan. After saying that, Zi Qianya rushed out. He was indeed worthy of being a 6th-level Divine Core warrior. His soul was incredibly powerful. Even though he felt a lot of pressure, he was still able to move freely. How could I let you take the risk alone? Seeing Zi Qianya disappear, Ling Xiao also increased his speed. Zi Qianya wasn't a cruel and merciless person. What if she encountered those shameless bastards? Once his heart softened, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. In any case, the will of slaughter had no effect on him. It didn't matter even if he sped up. On the way, he saw several warriors of the Zi family who had been knocked unconscious. It looked like Zi Qianya had saved a few of them. But since these men had fainted, they were eliminated. There were still 17 men who were still conscious. At the same time, with his Tai Chi eye, Jiang Chun noticed a few men who were 300 meters away from him. Yu Hao, Meng Yu, and the rest of the 4th-level Divine Core warriors. Apart from Ling Xiao, this should be the last group of people to arrive. As for the 3rd-level Divine Core warriors, they had all been eliminated. Further ahead were Yu Zhan, Yu Qilong, Zilan, and Zi Qianya, who had just caught up with Jiang Chun. These men were about 800 meters away from Ling Xiao. Currently, Yu Hua was in the first place, about 1,000 meters away from Jiang Chun. That was the current situation. After noticing that Zi Qianya was safe, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry anymore. He didn't want to catch up with Zi Qianya so quickly. If he did, he would definitely be surrounded. It would be more comfortable for him to walk slowly behind them. Ling Xiao looked further into the distance. It was still flickering with blood-red light, but he couldn't see the end of the path. He even suspected that there might not be an end to this path. And Meng Yu stopped. Ling Xiao was startled for a second. Then he immediately understood what was going on. Meng Yu had always been an intelligent person. She felt that she couldn't hold on any longer, so she decided to stop. If she didn't, she might lose her mind and become a lunatic. It would be better for her to stay here and have a good rest. At least she would be able to stay alive. Furthermore, once the others went crazy or died because of the will of slaughter, she would be able to reap the benefits. Nice dream, but too bad. With your big brother here, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything. Ling Xiao secretly laughed. He wasn't worried that Meng Yu would attack him. He wasn't affected by anything in this place, but Meng Yu wasn't. If Meng Yu really wanted to attack him, she would be courting death. Jiang Chun didn't mind taking someone's life. The rest of the men continued walking, while Meng Yu sat down and rested. Soon, his choice was proven to be wise. Even the 4th-level Divine Core warriors went crazy one after another, and in the end, they died. The remaining men were Yu Hua, Ziqinya, Yuzhen, Yuqilong, Zilan, Yuchang, Yuhao Mengyu, Ziling, Ling Xiao, and Gao Hong and Zilong, who were hiding in the Mountain River realm. There were exactly 12 men. Of course, most of the other 18 men were dead, and a few of them had fainted. Perhaps there was still hope for them to survive. The man in the front was Yu Hua, and behind him was Ziqinya. Both of them were in the first group. The second group was made up of a few fifth-level Divine Core warriors. As for the fourth-level Divine Core warriors, there were only 4 left. Perfect fourth-level Divine Core warriors Yu Chang and Mengyu, late Divine Core warrior Ziling, and early Divine Core warrior Yu Hao. This Yu Hao was an interesting man. He had pasted a few talismans on his body, and it seemed like they were specifically used to block the will of slaughter. This guy was also an intelligent person. Perhaps he had expected this before entering the tomb and had prepared himself beforehand. How far is it? Yu Hua's eyes were blurred. Because he couldn't see the end, he couldn't see any hope. Right now, even he himself was on the verge of collapsing. This will of slaughter was too frightening. Ziqinya was in a similar situation. Yu Zhen, Yu Qilong, and Zilan were in an even worse situation, and they were already crawling on the ground. They were crawling forward. A few men behind them were lying on the ground, unable to move any further. Right now, the will of slaughter was 6 times stronger than before. Yu Hao struggled to stand up, then he turned around and looked behind him. I don't think I can get into the top 3. Even with these talismans, I still can't fight against that frightening will of slaughter. I might as well do something for the Yu family. His lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 3762. Yu Hao clearly remembered that Ling Xiao was walking behind him. He wondered if he was still alive. But he decided to go back and take a look. After all, the further he walked, the easier it would be. After experiencing the terrifying killing intent that was 6 times stronger, 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 times stronger was nothing. Looking at Yu Hao walking towards the back, all the other 4th Divine Core warriors were surprised by his actions. But they couldn't care less. Right now, they didn't want to move anymore. They just wanted to lie down and rest. They didn't want to continue walking forward or backward. Just as Yu Hao had expected, it was extremely difficult for him to walk forward. But the further he walked, the easier it became. Although this place looked dangerous, it was also the best place to train one's soul. He could feel that his soul had become much stronger. Ziqinya, oh Ziqinya, don't even think about getting anything. The first place belongs to the patriarch, the second place belongs to Yuzhen, and the third place belongs to Brother Qilong. All the good things belong to the Yu family. As long as I kill that little bastard Ling Xiao, I'll announce his death to the public. I believe that with your mental endurance, you'll collapse in an instant and be invaded by the killing intent. At that time, what are you going to use to fight with the Yu family? As for Zilan, Yu Hao didn't care about her at all. If Yu Hua wanted to, he could take Zilan's life in an instant. You can only blame yourself. You shouldn't have let Brother Qilong down. You shouldn't have ruined my plan for the Yu family. The Z family is destined to fail. It's destined to be destroyed. Yu Hao was a man who wholeheartedly thought for the Yu family. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to get rid of the biggest problem for the Yu family. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, the Yu family would definitely gain the upper hand in this fight. The blood supremacy armor would be his as well. Why wouldn't he do it? Yu Hao walked faster and faster. Although he felt a lot more relaxed now, he could still feel the pressure. He had to use at least 40% of his strength to fight against the killing intent. One had to know that he had used up 100% of his strength to fight against the will of slaughter. Now, he was thankful that he only needed to use 40% of his strength. He estimated that Ling Xiao was either dead or at the starting point. At that point, he might only need 10% of his strength to fight against the killing intent. As he walked, Yu Hao suddenly stopped as he saw Meng Yu sitting on the ground. A hint of nervousness appeared on his face. Meng Yu was stronger than him. Furthermore, Meng Yu had been resting here all this time. If the two of them were to clash, he would definitely lose. Don't bother about her. Yu Hao thought for a while, and then walked back quickly without even looking at Meng Yu. Meng Yu naturally saw Yu Hao, but she was too lazy to make a move. Those who went back were not her enemies. Only those who went forward were. The two of them tacitly agreed not to do anything. However, Meng Yu was thinking, why is Yu Hao going back? Could it be that he was targeting Ling Xiao? Interesting, I have to go take a look. If I can, I'll take this opportunity to kill these two fellows. Then, the Blood Supreme armor will be mine. Thinking of this, Meng Yu stood up and was about to set off. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Someone was coming from the direction of the starting point. Who is it? Could it be Ling Xiao? After what happened in the Evil Ghost Labyrinth, Meng Yu no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. However, Yu Hao was still shocked. When he saw Ling Xiao's figure, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He jumped in fright. Impossible! That guy is just a peak second Heavenly Core warrior. Even a fourth Heavenly Core warrior would have a hard time surviving here. Why does he look so relaxed? Yu Hao's mind was in a mess, and he felt like he was confused. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? He pinched himself hard, and it hurt a lot. Therefore, he was sure that he wasn't hallucinating. This was going to be troublesome. In this place, he could only use 60% of his strength. In other words, he could only unleash the strength of a late third Heavenly Core warrior. If he really wanted to fight, he was worried that an accident might happen. If they were at the starting point, he would be able to fight without any worries. But in this place, he was really hesitant. I'll take the risk. I still have a talisman that can reduce 20% of my strength. With that, I can use 80% of my strength. I'm very close to the fourth Heavenly Core realm. Yu Hao gritted his teeth. He didn't want to give up on this opportunity. If he gave up now, he wouldn't have another chance. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hao with a faint smile on his face. Another idiot who wanted to die. How dare he attack him in this place? Actually, he had noticed Yu Hao's arrival. That's why he quickened his pace. The more slaughter intent Yu Hao had to endure, the greater his chance of winning would be. He didn't even need to unleash his Sky Tyrant martial soul. Yo, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Major General Yu Hao? Why? Did you come all the way here to pick me up? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hao with a smile on his face. He had already transformed into his peerless heavenly rat beast soul. Although Yu Hao was affected by the slaughter intent, he was still a mighty warrior. Yu Hao wouldn't dare underestimate him. Meng Yu stood far away, without moving. Before she knew what was going on, she wouldn't attack anyone recklessly. It would be best if both Yu Hao and Ling Xiao were severely injured. Then she would be able to take advantage of the situation. Pick you up? You're thinking too much. I want you dead. Yu Hao looked at Ling Xiao with a cold smile. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao looked so relaxed. He could only conclude that Yu Hao knew how to pretend. If you want to kill me, you'd better think it through. This is a tunnel filled with slaughter intent. You can't unleash your full strength. If we were outside, I'm not your match. But here, you'll probably die. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His words strengthened Yu Hao's determination to kill him, because Yu Hao thought that Yu Hao was bluffing. Otherwise, why would an enemy tell his opponent something like this? But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao was deliberately baiting him to attack. Since he met Yu Hao here, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting Yu Hao go. Yu Hao was considered Yu Qilong's military advisor and accomplice. Basically, the things that Yu Qilong had done were all related to this guy. If this guy didn't die, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Bluffing brat, you're no match for me. Die. Yu Hao didn't want to waste any more time. He suddenly pulled out a sword and released his powerful sword, Martial Soul. Then he charged at Ling Xiao. Are you in a hurry to die? Ling Xiao smiled and took out the first Blood Sun World. Then he stabbed out with his sword. On the sword, a terrifying slaughter intent bloomed. When it merged with the slaughter intent in this space, the slaughter intent increased by 5 times. In that instant, Yu Hao felt that it was difficult to breathe. There's something wrong with that brat. The slaughter intent doesn't seem to hurt him. Instead, it's being used by him. Mengyu rejoiced that she didn't act rashly. Chapter 3763. Both men thrust their swords at each other at the same time. But they didn't use any martial skills. Because if they used any martial skills in this tunnel, they would attract an even more frightening slaughter intent. Not only Yu Hao couldn't withstand the impact, even Ling Xiao couldn't withstand it. He could slowly absorb the slaughter intent, just like how a river flowed into a stream. However, once the stream turned into a terrifying flood and poured down in torrents, the embankment would definitely be washed away. Therefore, the battle between these two men looked a little funny. It looked like a battle between two ordinary men. But there was a difference. They could use their true yuan to strengthen their ordinary attacks. The moment the two men made contact with each other, Ling Xiao guided the frightening slaughter intent and smashed it toward Yu Hao. Yu Hao was in a state of confusion, something that shouldn't have happened. He was actually dashing toward another direction. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to stab out with his sword, directly piercing into Yu Hao's ribs. Blood splashed out from the wound and splattered on the ground. A frightening pain came from his body, and it woke Yu Hao up from his confusion. He quickly ran away from the scene. He stared at Ling Xiao in fear. He had miscalculated, although the blood had stopped flowing out due to his powerful body, and his wounds were slowly healing. However, the injury this time had really frightened him. It was like he was facing a rabbit, but the rabbit had suddenly turned into a ferocious lion. He was caught off guard. Mengyu was shocked as well. Yu Hao didn't manage to hurt Ling Xiao. Instead, he was stabbed by Ling Xiao. This was really strange. What's going on? He's just a peak second Divine Core warrior. Facing such a frightening slaughter intent, he shouldn't even be able to stand properly. How can he still attack as if nothing has happened? And he can even guide the slaughter intent. Yu Hao was really starting to panic. He began to doubt the wisdom of his decision this time. As for Mengyu, she was secretly glad that she didn't target Ling Xiao. Or else, she would be the one who was shocked right now. How can you be completely unaffected? Is the slaughter intent ineffective on you? Yu Hao asked while backing off. At this moment, he was retreating in the direction of the starting point. He didn't dare to walk forward, because the further he went, the greater his disadvantage would be. Ling Xiao was obviously not affected by the slaughter will, or rather, he was only slightly affected. He could only unleash his true strength when he went to a place where the will to kill was weaker. Otherwise, they could only be killed. Trying to escape, Ling Xiao wouldn't let Yu Hao off so easily. Since Yu Hao had already made a move on him, he absolutely would not show mercy. Yu Hao rushed toward the starting point. He took out the Arcanum Bow. Then he knocked a frost arrow and shot it out. Although this Arcanum Bow was only a Divine Great Emperor artifact, it was inferior to a Heavenly King artifact like the first Blood Sun World. However, it was still a weapon commonly used by warriors below the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. After all, there were too few people who possessed a heavenly king artifact. Yu Hao sensed danger approaching and hurriedly dodged. However, the frost arrow still pierced into his right leg. The power of ice instantly froze Yu Hao. Ling Xiao put away the profound theory bow and rushed over. He wanted to take Yu Hao's life. With the first Blood Sun World in his hand, he thrust it toward Yu Hao's throat. But right at this moment, Yu Hao was finally freed from the ice. Immediately, he activated the defensive talisman. The first Blood Sun World couldn't pierce through the defensive talisman's energy barrier. Since Ling Xiao couldn't use any martial skills right now, the strength of his attack was greatly reduced. Let's see how many defensive talismans you have. Ling Xiao sneered. He kept thrusting the first Blood Sun World forward. Yu Hao could only desperately defend himself. He couldn't fight back at all. Before he made his move, Yu Hao probably never imagined that things would turn out this way. He was being suppressed by Ling Xiao. This was a great humiliation. A great humiliation. Meng Yu, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded by what she saw. Ling Xiao, a peak second Divine Core warrior, was actually suppressing Yu Hao, an early fourth Divine Core warrior. The main reason for this was that Yu Hao's strength had been greatly reduced due to the special environment. However, the fact that Ling Xiao was not affected by this was already something that left everyone dumbfounded. Right at this moment, Meng Yu saw a figure dashing past him. He couldn't see who it was, but the man was moving at an incredible speed. When he finally saw who it was, Ling Xiao had been stabbed by the sword. His body was sent flying away, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I was worried. That's why I followed you here. I didn't expect this to happen. Yu Hao, you're really useless. The man standing in front of Meng Yu was a peak fourth Divine Core warrior, Yu Chong. Yu Chong was also affected by the will of slaughter, and he could only unleash the strength of an early fourth Divine Core warrior. But his sneak attack was crucial. Although the sword didn't manage to penetrate Ling Xiao's terrifying defense, it still did. But it did injure Ling Xiao. What do you know? This guy isn't controlled by the will of slaughter. I miscalculated. Yu Hao was unconvinced. Hearing this, Yu Chong furrowed his brows. Not controlled by the will of slaughter? How was this possible? He had never heard of something like this before. How could there be such a frightening guy in this world? I'm really lucky I'm being targeted by two fourth Divine Core warriors from the Yu family. Ling Xiao wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground. His injuries weren't serious. After all, Yu Chong could only use ordinary attacks. Since you're here, both of you can die here together. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. Are you joking? Too bad. This isn't funny at all. Do you really think you can defeat both of us by yourself? Yu Chong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, even if you're not affected by the will of slaughter, both of us can kill you 100 times over. Meng Yu agreed with what Yu Chong said. If it was just Yu Hao or Yu Chong, Ling Xiao might be able to defeat both of them. But it was different with both of them. Bullshit, if I couldn't do it, I would have run away long ago. Dragon trapping talisman. After Zilong hid in the Mountain River realm, he gave his talisman to Ling Xiao. Now, it came in handy. The effect of the dragon trapping talisman was similar to the martial soul barrier, but it didn't consume any soul energy. It only consumed a small amount of true yuan. It was the best talisman to use in this kind of situation. Besides, the dragon trapping talisman was better than the martial soul barrier. Are you crazy? How dare you trap both of us here? Do you really want to fight both of us at once? Yu Chong furrowed his brows. So what? Ling Xiao sneered. Then he unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. Although his opponents were much weaker now, they were still very strong. He had to fight with all his strength. Right when the martial soul of Tyrant appeared, the terrifying will of slaughter increased by 6 times. It had reached the highest level of will of slaughter in this tunnel. Yu Chang immediately kneeled down on the ground. Yu Hao was in an even worse state, as he was already severely injured. Together with the pressure from the will of slaughter, his entire body felt weak. Chapter 3764. What's going on? How can you control the slaughter will? Yu Chang trembled in fear. Do you want to know? Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile and said, I'm not telling you. He held the sword in his hand and slowly walked towards Yu Hao and Yu Chang. Almost every step made Yu Hao and Yu Chang feel terrified, as if the god of death was approaching them. Wait, Yu Chang shouted. As long as you don't kill us, we'll do anything. Do I really have to do anything? Ling Xiao laughed. Of course. Yu Chang nodded. Okay, then you kill Yu Hao and destroy your own cultivation, and I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Yu Chang glanced at Yu Hao and seemed to hesitate, but then he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to stab the sword in his hand into Yu Hao's body. You're really going to kill him? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, People like you will even kill your own people. How can I be assured that you won't come to me for revenge? You can't go back on your words. Yu Chang roared. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my words. You should destroy your cultivation, right? Ling Xiao said, As long as you destroy your cultivation now, I'll definitely not kill you. Okay, it was better to live than to die. Although Yu Chang understood that once his cultivation was destroyed, his career as a martial artist would probably come to an end. But being an ordinary person, he could still eat and drink well. It was better than dying. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and destroyed his meridians and inner core, becoming an ordinary person from now on. A martial arts cripple. I've done as you said. Can you let me go? Yu Chang looked at Ling Xiao and said, Of course. No. Ling Xiao mocked. I only said that I won't kill you, but I didn't say that I'll let you go. You're shameless, despicable. Yu Chang seemed to have thought of a terrible ending and roared. Scold me however you like. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Chang with disdain. He immediately withdrew his tyrant martial spirit and removed the effect of the dragon-trapping talisman. He looked at Meng Yu and said, Come and kill him. Why should I listen to you? Meng Yu frowned. If you don't listen to me, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's attitude was very cold. This Meng Yu wanted to kill him before, so he wanted to drag this woman down with him. As for why he didn't kill Meng Yu, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't do it for the time being. Dealing with Yu Chang and Yu Hao, he had consumed a lot of energy. Even though they didn't do much, they were actually in a special situation. Basically, all of his energy was used to convert the slaughter, will, and murderous aura. On the surface, it looked like there was no consumption, but it was just a show for others to see. All right, I'll kill him. When Meng Yu saw the tragic state of Yu Chang and Yu Hao, he no longer had the will to resist. As long as she didn't die, she would be satisfied. Why would she think so much? Since the Yu family and Z family were enemies, killing Yu Chang wasn't a big deal. With this thought in mind, she stood up and walked in front of Yu Chang. Then she thrust her sword into his throat. Even before Yu Chang died, he couldn't believe this was his end. He had actually been tricked by a second-rank Divine Core warrior. He died with his eyes wide open. Not bad, nicely done. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Yu with an indifferent expression. Then he continued walking forward. Meng Yu fell to the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, she was really afraid that she would be stabbed to death by Ling Xiao at that moment. She really didn't have the strength to fight back. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't care about her. He directly swallowed a medicinal pill and continued walking forward. They walked for another 10 minutes or so. Finally, they could see the end of the tunnel. Right at this moment, Yu Hua was sitting on the ground. Ziqinya was sitting near him. Both of them were resting. They didn't have the Tai Chi eye, so they couldn't see the end. Also, the terrifying murderous aura and slaughter were getting stronger and stronger, forcing them to squat down and rest. After that, they continued walking. This is my chance. Ling Xiao smiled. Not only did he not slow down, he actually sped up. He was determined to get the first place. After all, the reward for the first place was 10 million high-ranked soul stones, a spiritual rank heavenly king weapon, and a 7th order emperor martial skill. How could he resist such a great temptation? He could give up the supremacy armor and give it to Ziqinya, but he was determined to get all these things. Compared to the first round, he was more confident in the second round. Along the way, he met Zi Ling, a female warrior from the Zi family. Seeing Ling Zhao's leisurely stroll, the woman was dumbfounded. Isn't that guy a second Heavenly Core warrior? I thought he was dead or crazy. But why is he walking so casually? Even Yu Hua and Ziqinya, who are both at the 6th Heavenly Core realm, couldn't walk as casually as him. What the hell? What kind of monster is this guy? Zi Ling had never taken Ling Xiao seriously. When she was in the star-picking pavilion in Zi Ling's capital city, her impression of Ling Xiao was that he was good at talking. But his strength was a complete mess. In the first round, she thought it was Ziqinya who helped Ling Xiao obtain the supremacy armor. But in the second round, Ziqinya wasn't with Ling Xiao. So why was he able to walk so casually? Do you need my help? When Ling Xiao walked past Zi Ling, he threw a glance at her and asked with a smile. Of course, he didn't really want to help. He was just mocking her. Zi Ling lowered her head in shame. She could only watch Ling Xiao continue walking. Oh, right. Let me give you a warning. Don't make Ziqinya and Zi Long your enemy. Or else Yu Hao and Yu Chang will be your examples. After saying that, Ling Zhao's figure had already disappeared into the tunnel. Did he just say Yu Hao and Yu Chang? Are the two of them dead? Zi Ling hurriedly took out her crystal ball to check. Their heads were gray, and there was a blood-red X on them. They were indeed dead. What kind of monster is this guy? Zi Ling felt her whole body trembling. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care about what she was thinking. At this moment, he met someone. This person was Yu Qilong. Yu Qilong's cultivation was weaker than Zilan and Yuzhan's, so he fell behind. Ling Xiao noticed that Yu Qilong's situation was very bad, and he was obviously fighting against the massacre will. Although he wasn't controlled, he was very weak. If possible, Ling Xiao really wanted to kill Yu Qilong, but he didn't move. At this point, the massacre will was too strong. Even if he had the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he fell into an illusion and couldn't extricate himself, he would be finished. At this time, the best thing to do was to ignore everyone and walk forward steadily. But he couldn't attack. He could still talk. Chapter 3765. A grin emerged on Ling Zhao's face. When he walked past Yu Qilong, he lowered his voice and said, Yu Qilong, that poor Yu Hao wanted to kill me for you. But in the end, he died. Don't you feel guilty about this? Yu Qilong's body trembled. It was as if he had just seen a ghost. He suddenly opened his eyes, and they had turned blood red. No, you're lying, you're lying. Yu Qilong furiously roared. Not only did I kill Yu Hao, I also killed Yu Chang. Oh, right, I'm going to take the top 3 places in the second round. The Yu family won't get anything. Don't even think about it. Ling Xiao sneered and continued to walk forward without stopping for a moment. As for whether his words would work or not, he didn't really care. It was enough to make Yu Qilong depressed. Puff! After taking a few steps, Yu Qilong suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yu Qilong wanted to rest for a while, then continue walking and fight for the third place. But in the end, this was the result. He hated Ling Xiao to the core, but there was nothing he could do. Perhaps fainting was a good thing for him. Ling Xiao shook his head and continued walking. Right now, beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. The pressure he was under was getting stronger and stronger. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the killing intent became. It was so strong that it could even hurt his skin. Although the martial soul of Tyrant was heaven-defying, his cultivation base was still too low. Naturally, he couldn't completely resist and devour the killing intent. There was a limit to how much water a river could contain. After walking for a while, two men appeared in front of him, Yuzhan and Zilan. Both of them were peak 5th level Divine Core warriors. Zilan had broken through before entering the burial grounds. Because of the killing intent, her cultivation base, which had stagnated for over 40 years, had finally broken through. But since she had just broken through, she was still weaker than Yuzhan, who was an experienced peak 5th level Divine Core warrior. Although both men couldn't walk anymore, they were still walking. Both of them stopped to rest. But obviously, Yuzhan had it easier. His recovery speed was faster as well. Right now, both men's faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. Their bodies were completely soaked with sweat. If Violet Blue wanted to get third place, it had to at least get third place. But she really couldn't take it anymore. Whether it was strength or experience, Yuzhan was more than her. She didn't want to go berserk because of the will of slaughter. Therefore, he had already given up. Yuzhan didn't want to leave either, because he was already in third place. This already made him very satisfied. If he continued to take the risk, not only would he not be able to obtain anything, he would also be digging his own grave. He wasn't that stupid. The two of them were like people who had been lost in the desert for days. He was extremely weak. Everything was blurry. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps. Moreover, these footsteps were sonorous and powerful. They turned their heads to look and vaguely saw a person's figure, but he couldn't see clearly who it was. Qilong. Yuzhan took a deep breath. He was a little surprised. Yu Qilong's cultivation was much lower than his, but he was still able to make it this far. She didn't care who it was. In any case, she was not fated to be in the top 3. Whether it was Yuzhan or Yu Qilong who took it, it was the Yu family who took it. She could only watch the show. As for fighting, stop joking. Unless he wanted to die, he wouldn't fight here. We are still 300 meters away from Yu Hua and Zi Qinya. Ling Zhao's face was also a little pale. He frowned. Countless illusions rushed into his mind. They were desperately trying to interfere with his progress. My good grandson. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was his grandfather, Hong Qi. He missed his grandfather too much. Since the last time they parted, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was very worried about his grandfather's safety. This illusion was really pervasive. Grandfather, why are you here? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He didn't realize that he had entered an illusion. Grandfather has been trapped here for a long time. Hurry up and save him. Okay. Ling Xiao walked in the direction of Hongqi. Suddenly, a cold aura surged out of his body. An ice frost divine dragon circled and danced behind him. Ling Xiao instantly woke up from the illusion. Only then did he realize that he had reached the edge of the tunnel. The tunnel here was different from before. There were actually bottomless abysses on both sides. If he fell, he would probably die without a complete corpse. It was the ice frost divine dragon beast soul that saved him. It was really dangerous. He gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. Master, suddenly a voice sounded. Ling Xiao would never forget this voice. It was Cold Plum's voice. It was the voice of the most loyal girl who had been following him from the Sky Dragon continent. He shuddered. No, this is an illusion. Cold Plum can't be here. Ling Xiao shook his head. However, he suddenly realized that everything around him was so real. The tunnel was still a real tunnel. The bottomless abysses on both sides were also very clear. More importantly, the ice frost divine dragon beast soul behind him was still there. Is it not an illusion? Ling Xiao was a little confused. Master, what's wrong with you? Didn't we enter the bone burial ground together? Cold Plum was standing beside Ling Xiao. You're an illusion, not real. Ling Xiao shook his head. Master, what are you talking about? I'm really Cold Plum. Touch me if you don't believe me. Cold Plum reached out her hand to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and reached out to touch her. As expected, he felt the same as a real person, but it still wasn't right. Cold Plum had clearly gone to the Savage Beast region. How could she be here? It must be fake. Ling Xiao shook his head hard. Master, don't you want Cold Plum anymore? Cold Plum said as she walked towards the bottomless abyss. Ling Xiao instinctively reached out to grab her. At this moment, a bloody killing intent grew from the depths of his heart. He stabbed out with his sword and pierced Cold Plum's throat. Cold Plum's body softened and fell to the ground. The illusion disappeared. It's still an illusion after all. That's enough. Although it was an illusion, the feeling of killing Cold Plum with his own hands was still heart-wrenching. He stood there, hesitating whether to continue forward. Although illusions couldn't hurt people, they could hurt people's hearts. Let's try channeling the Blood Sun Sutra. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao first sat down cross-legged and channeled the Blood Sun Sutra. The power of the Blood Sun Sutra filled his body. When he looked around again, although the huge pressure was still there, his mind seemed to have become much clearer. Why didn't I think of it before? Since the Blood Sun Sutra is the key to opening the bone burial ground, then it must be able to resist the killing intent. Ling Xiao shook his head and scolded himself for being an idiot. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. He was too relaxed before and didn't think too much. Now that he had 2 fatal hallucinations, he suddenly remembered. This was normal. Chapter 3766. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had walked past Zilan and Yuzhen. This time, he didn't even bother to speak. After experiencing the illusion just now, he became more cautious. Although he had the help of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and all sorts of beast souls, he had made it this far by relying on his strong willpower. But Ling Xiao didn't want to stop here. He wanted to be number 1, not number 3. Right now, he was about 300 meters away from Yuhua and Zi Qianye. But every step he took wasn't easy. The further he went, the greater the pressure. But so what? He wasn't going to give up so easily. None of the people here had as much experience as he did. Although he was still young, he had traveled from the heavenly dragon continent to the black tortoise continent. His experience was much richer than Yuhua and Zi Qianye. Therefore, his willpower was much stronger than before. Furthermore, Long Chun, Cold Plum, Xiaojin, his grandfather Hongqi, his parents, his sister in this life, the Divine Codex, and his beloved sister, you knew they were all waiting for him. How could he fall here? He had to be strong. It's 300 meters from here to where Yuhua is, and 700 meters to the finish line. Just bear with it for a while. Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao continued walking. Zilan was startled when she saw Ling Xiao's back. Not Yu Qilong. Why does this guy look so much like Zi Qianye's sworn brother? That brat who spoke so rudely? Hee hee. Impossible. My consciousness must be blurred, and I'm imagining things. Zelon shook her head. A bitter smile emerged on her face. She quickly closed her eyes and continued resisting the will of slaughter. She couldn't believe that Ling Xiao, a second-rank Divine Core warrior, could reach this place. This was ridiculous. After that, Yu Xun saw Ling Xiao's back as well. This illusion is ridiculous. Why am I seeing that brat? Is it because I want to kill him so badly? Yu Xun had the same thought as Zelon. They both thought they were hallucinating. Therefore, he didn't move at all. That was because he knew how terrifying illusions were. Once he followed them, it was very likely that he would fall into the bottomless abyss and lose his life. Although that back view was so real, his footsteps were sonorous and powerful, but they still didn't believe it. What was Ling Xiao's cultivation level? Second stage Divine Core warrior. Moreover, the two of them did not witness how Ling Xiao obtained the Blood Supreme armor in the first round. Therefore, they all felt that Zi Qianye had helped Ling Xiao. Therefore, they were not particularly clear about Ling Xiao's abilities. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared from their sight. Although their eyesight was very good, there was a murderous aura in the air, and the air was hazy with blood. They could only see things 20 meters away. He couldn't see it any further. The illusion is gone. The two closed their eyes again and continued to regulate their breathing. Originally, he wanted to adjust his breathing and continue moving forward. Unfortunately, once he sat down, it seemed that he could not stand up again. Ling Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. Right now, he was very close to Yu Hua and Zi Qianye. Although Yu Hua and Zi Qianye were much stronger than Zelon and Yu Xun, but where they were, the murderous intent and murderous aura were much stronger. Therefore, their performance wasn't much better than the other two. Damn it, if I was walking against a Force 8 Gale before, now I'm walking against a Force 8 Gale. But now I'm walking against a Force 12 Gale. I'm still 400 meters away from the end. Will it turn into a Force 16 Typhoon? And a typhoon formed by murderous aura and murderous intent. Ling Xiao stood there and panted for a long time before he continued moving forward. The pressure was even greater than before. Every step he took was simply deadly. He had no choice but to transform into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul. He also unleashed his innate fiend god sword soul and a beast soul that could increase his strength. He even used the talisman he got from Yu Hao's storage ring. Only then did he feel a little more relaxed. But still, he had to stop every 10 steps. No wonder Yu Hua and Zi Qianye couldn't reach the end. The Sun Divine Beast Soul became even more excited. It was as if there was something in the end that was attracting it. This made it very happy. It seems that I made the right choice. The Sun Divine Beast Soul had a reaction when I was in the palace. Now, the reaction is even stronger. Because of this desire, this made Ling Xiao even more excited. When he was near Zi Qianye, Ling Xiao could already see the scenery 400 meters away. There was a huge throne there. On the throne, there was a human skeleton. A terrifying blood-red light was emitted from the bones. Needless to say, this human skeleton should belong to the Blood Sword Supreme. An expert was an expert. Even if only a skeleton was left, it could still make people tremble. This skeleton was wearing armor. It was glowing with a blood-red light, and there were incantations flashing on it. It was covered with dense arrays. Needless to say, this should be the Blood Sword Supreme's armor. The skeleton sat there with a golden sword. It didn't look like it was dead at all. He held the blood-red sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. That was a spiritual, heavenly king artifact blood sword. Its appearance was somewhat similar to Blood Sun World, but in fact, it was much more outstanding than the first Blood Sun world. And this was just a skeleton. And it was still 400 meters away from him. He didn't know how terrifying the Blood Sword Supreme's murderous aura would be. Would he have fainted from the shock? What the sun god Beast Soul is interested in should be this skeleton. But what's so good about this skeleton? Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't understand. But it didn't matter whether he understood it or not. At this moment, he had already walked here. Naturally, he couldn't stop. Even if he had to crawl, he had to crawl. At this moment, Zi Qianye and Yu Hua both noticed Ling Xiao's arrival. In terms of condition, they were much better than Yu Zhan and Zi Lan. So when they saw Ling Xiao within 20 meters of them, they could already confirm who it was. Even so, Zi Qianye was overjoyed. "I've been waiting for you, but I didn't expect you to come. You really didn't disappoint me." She thought that Ling Xiao would be able to reach this place, but that was just her thought. "I don't have any confidence in my heart." Until this moment, when she saw Ling Xiao, she was sure that it wasn't an illusion. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, she was filled with joy. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was really capable of bringing surprises to people. What others couldn't do, he was able to do. It was simply too shocking. As for Yu Hua, he was already dumbfounded out of fear. Even though he was a 6th Divine Core warrior, he was still a 6th Divine Core warrior. But when he saw Ling Xiao coming here, he was still shocked. He knew that his sons Yu Qilong, Yu Chang, and Yu Hao were all plotting against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had survived, but what about his sons? This monster was too terrifying. He wasn't human. Chapter 3767. Ling Xiao didn't want to speak because he wasn't sitting on the ground to adjust his breath like Zi Qianye and Yu Hua. He was still walking. Therefore, once he spoke, he would consume more energy. He just smiled at Zi Qianye. Then he lifted his foot and continued to walk forward. Yu Hua's eyes were full of disdain. It was already commendable that Ling Xiao could make it to the 3rd place. His performance was better than almost all the people who were stronger than him. It was impossible for him to make it to the top. However, the next moment he looked terrified. Ling Xiao made it to the 3rd place and still didn't stop. He was still walking forward. He passed Zi Qianye. He was still walking. Zi Qianye was only about 10 meters away from him. It was easy for him to cross the 10 meters. At that moment, Yu Hua's heart was in turmoil. He was not willing to fail like this. After all, the reward for the 2nd place was a spiritual grade heavenly king weapon, and the martial skill was not as powerful as the 1st place. He could imagine how powerful the martial skill that even Blood Sword Honorable couldn't master was. Blood Sword Honorable seemed to think that the martial skill was more powerful than his 9 heavens of slaughter. One could imagine how powerful the martial skill was. For Yu Hua, getting the 2nd place was not as good as getting the 1st place. He struggled to stand up and tried to stop Ling Xiao. However, Zi Qianye also stood up at this moment. He stared at him coldly. Both of them were being attacked by the will of slaughter and the murderous intent. If they fought, the worst result would be that both of them would die. Yu Hua gritted his teeth and didn't make a move. He watched as Ling Xiao passed by him and continued to walk forward. He could only watch, because this was already his limit. He couldn't go any further. After crawling forward for about 3 meters, he felt the demon in his heart. He was so scared that he hurriedly sat down to adjust his breath. "Fine, I'll take the 2nd place. The 9 heavens of slaughter is not bad. Even if Ling Xiao gets the 1st place, it will still be mine after we go out. What's more, so what if he surpasses me? It's just a dead end." From Yu Hua's point of view, he could feel the immense pressure here and could not hold on any longer. Then Ling Xiao would definitely feel even worse. Therefore, he didn't need to worry at all. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't care about what Yu Hua thought. He was very grateful to Zi Qinya for stopping Yu Hua for him. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Yu Hua, oh Yu Hua, you probably still think that you can get second place. I'm really sorry, but the first, second, and third places are all mine. Ling Xiao sneered, collected his thoughts, and continued forward. His slaughter will and murderous aura became more and more terrifying. With every step he took, it seemed like he had to endure the corrosion of his inner demons. However, Ling Xiao felt more relaxed than before. Perhaps it was because of the high pressure that his soul had become stronger again. Finally, he reached the front of the throne. The distance between them was only 2 to 3 meters. Finally, he fell to the ground and hurriedly urged his soul power to protect his heart. A hurricane was set off in his soul realm. It was terrifying to the extreme. If he couldn't control it, his soul would be torn apart. Ling Xiao, my man. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Ling Xiao's heart to tremble violently. The hurricane became even crazier and had an urge that couldn't be suppressed. The Moon Lady's voice actually rang out. This was definitely his weak spot. He turned around and looked. The Moon Lady was standing there. Just a moment ago, she was smiling like a flower. However, in the next moment, she was bleeding from all 7 orifices. I love you, protect you, and even die for you. But what about you? You hooked up with another woman. I can't forgive you. Go and die. Her face became ferocious and terrifying. This made Ling Xiao very angry. Terrifying, murderous aura crazily grew from the depths of his heart. It actually started to devour the Blood Sword Supreme's murderous aura. Perhaps even the Blood Sword Supreme didn't expect Ling Xiao's murderous aura to be so much stronger than his. How dare you ruin Sister Moon Lady's image? I don't care who you are. I will destroy you. His eyes suddenly opened, and all the illusions disappeared in an instant. His anger burned away all the murderous aura around him. He stared coldly at the skeleton on the throne. He only had one thought, which was to completely destroy the skeleton. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to do that. He wanted to wait until this round ended. This was because he was worried that once he destroyed the skeleton, the murderous intent and murderous aura here would disappear. At that time, it would be troublesome if Yu Hua caught up. Anyway, he had already taken first, second, and third place. All he needed to do now was wait. The biggest mistake that the Blood Sword Supreme did was to use the Moon Lady to bewitch him. This caused Ling Xiao's fury to reach its peak. It even surpassed the Blood Sword Supreme's murderous intent. About half an hour later, the Blood Sword Supreme's image appeared on the crystal ball. Game over. As this voice rang out, the red mist and red light in the air disappeared. The pressure was still the same as before. However, their vision was no longer affected. Their divine sense was no longer affected. They could see the end point in the distance. There was a person sitting there, a person who made everyone's jaws drop. Ling Xiao. Other than Yu Hua and Zi Qinya, the rest of the people exclaimed, "Too shocking! Too shocking!" The person standing in the first place was actually Ling Xiao. He was the person ranked third from the bottom in terms of strength. Other than Gao Hong and Zi Long, he was definitely the weakest. However, the weakest person had taken the best position. Yu Zhen and Zi Lan were the most shocked. They had thought that it was an illusion when Ling Xiao passed by them. However, after their vision recovered, they could confirm that it wasn't an illusion. Instead, it was the truth. "Where are Yu Hao and Yu Chang?" Yu Zhen looked back in fear. He saw 2 corpses lying in the distance. One was Yu Hao's, and the other was Yu Chang's. At this moment, they were so cold that they didn't have any aura. As for Yu Qilong, He seemed to have fainted because of something. At this moment, the people of the Yu family were extremely afraid of that terrifying young man. Those were Yu Hao and Yu Chang, and they were killed just like that. This was unbelievable. Yu Zhen, don't lose your composure. The pressure is still there. Yu Huan noticed that Yu Zhen's emotions were fluctuating because of what happened to Yu Hao and Yu Chang, so he hurriedly shouted out. No matter what, he was the strongest warrior. Even though he was talking, it didn't affect his emotions. I never thought that with Yu Hao and Yu Chang's strength, they would be killed by a second-level Divine Core warrior. If this is a nightmare, please wake me up. If it isn't, Ling Xiao, just you wait. Yu Zhen, will never forgive you. How dare you kill people from my Yu family? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yu Zhen calmed down a little. He also knew that in this environment, it was useless to be angry or infuriated. He would have to wait until he left this place. Chapter 3768. What is he doing? Suddenly, Yu Huan noticed Ling Xiao's actions. Ling Xiao actually stood up, took out the first Blood Sun world, and walked towards the skeleton on the throne. Zichenya was stunned when he saw this. She didn't understand why Ling Xiao took out his weapon. The game is over. You have already obtained the first place. Don't mess around. Zichenya reminded him. No, it's not over yet. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at the ranking on the crystal ball. He was indeed in the first place. However, the second and third places weren't Zilong and Gao Hong, but Yu Hua and Zichenya. This wasn't right. Obviously, Zilong and Gao Hong hadn't come out of the Mountain River realm. Therefore, they weren't included in the rankings. He wanted to let Zilong and Gao Hong out, but he had to ensure that the pressure here wasn't too terrifying. Otherwise, the two of them would be engulfed by the killing intent and killing intent. The best way to do this was to destroy the skeleton. Not only would this resolve the hatred in his heart, but it would also fulfill his wish. Why wouldn't he do it? Perhaps even the Blood Sword Venerate hadn't expected that someone would be so audacious. Who would dare to disrespect his skeleton? Crazy, simply crazy. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. Only Ling Xiao knew what he was doing. He walked up and removed the Blood Supreme armor and Blood Supreme sword from the skeleton. He also took the Blood Sword Venerate armor and placed it in his storage ring. This step was actually very difficult to do. After all, there was an array formation protecting the skeleton. However, would the array formation be of any use to Ling Xiao? Although the Blood Sword Venerate's array formation wasn't bad, it was far inferior to his. He was even worse than his master, Yuan Venerate. Ling Xiao had already started to break the array formation while he was waiting there. The reason why he was able to obtain those items so easily was naturally because he had broken the formation. Old thing, you're still torturing people even after death. Then, I'll let you die more thoroughly. The sword slashed down. The skeleton of the Blood Sword Supreme was instantly crushed. Even if the Blood Sword Supreme was very strong before he died, there was only a skeleton left. It was meaningless. Following the destruction of the skeleton, the murderous intent and murderous aura instantly disappeared. As Ling Xiao had expected, the skeleton was the source of everything. The destruction of the skeleton allowed everything to return to normal. Everyone who had been working very hard was now able to relax. In that instant, almost everyone rushed towards the throne at the same time. Yu Hua and Zichenya were the fastest. Yu Hua naturally wanted to kill Ling Xiao and seize the things in Ling Xiao's hands. Of course, Zichenya wanted to save him. However, at this moment, the puppet warrior that had disappeared for a long time appeared once again. He stood in front of Ling Xiao and directly sent Yu Hua flying. The puppet warrior was designed to be the game's administrator. He would only protect the fairness of the game. It wouldn't protect the remains of the Blood Sword Supreme. Therefore, when Yuhua wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he showed up. Everyone, the second round of the game has ended. However, I haven't announced the result yet. No one is allowed to act recklessly. After the result is announced, you can do whatever you want. The puppet warrior looked at everyone coldly. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I noticed that the previous attack had consumed 90% of the puppet warrior's energy. He couldn't stop Yuhua anymore. However, Yuhua didn't know that. With the Tai Chi eye, the benefits were really great. Now, I'll announce the result, the puppet warrior continued in a cold voice. First place, Ling Xiao. Second place, Zilong. Third place, Gao Hong. Hearing the result, Yuhua was about to go crazy. The Yu family was about to go crazy. As for the others, except for Zi Qianye, they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? No one knew where Zilong and Gao Hong had been hiding all this time. Now, they suddenly appeared and became the second and third place. Wasn't this too unfair? I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Yuhua was the most agitated. He was supposed to be the second place. However, now, he couldn't get anything. It was the funniest joke. So what? This is the result. Ling Xiao has the ability to hide those two people. You can do it too. However, you didn't do it. Either you're too stupid or you can't do it. The puppet warrior said coldly. Yuhua was furious. However, when he thought of the puppet warrior's strength, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he attacked the puppet warrior, he would probably be attacked by the puppet warrior and Zi Qianye together. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. Sister Qianye, here's the Blood Lord armor. Ling Xiao gave the Blood Lord armor to Zi Qianye openly. As long as Zi Qianye put it on, her strength would be stronger than Yuhua. In this way, he would be safe. Okay, the top 3 can receive their rewards. The puppet warrior turned a blind eye to this matter. Anyway, it was the reward for the first round. It didn't care who it gave it to. Let Brother Ling Xiao take our rewards first. Zilong glanced at Gao Hong and said. Gao Hong nodded. He didn't expect that he would be able to help when he was disabled. He was very happy. It was good that he could anger the Yu family. Can I? Ling Xiao looked at the puppet warrior and asked, Of course. You've taken the Blood Lord sword. Here are all the rewards. You can have them all. The puppet warrior took out a storage ring from his body and handed it to Ling Xiao. In addition to the Blood Lord sword, there was also the Blood Devil seal, the 9 heavens of slaughter, and the immemorial martial technique, as well as the spiritual stone rewards for the top 3. Ling Xiao took the storage ring and deliberately waved it in front of Yuhua. Yuhua was so angry that he was about to flip out. Don't provoke him. He's probably waiting to vent his anger now. Zi Qianye smiled. He has fire? I have fire. Ling Xiao said, unhappily, Yu Hao and Yu Chong, those 2 bastards, wanted to kill me together. Luckily, I was lucky enough to kill them with my slaughter intent and killing intent. Otherwise, I would have become a corpse. The angrier that old man is, the happier I am. Yuhua's current rage was enough to burn Ling Xiao to ashes. But he couldn't do anything. He worked hard for a long time and lost many elites of the Yu family. In the end, he got nothing. He could only watch Ling Xiao and Zi Qianye talk and laugh proudly. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yuhua looked even older. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, but there was also a lot of worry. The trip to the bone burial ground had come to an end. But Zi Qianye had obtained the Blood Lord armor and was far stronger than him. In other words, the Zi family would completely ride on the head of the Yu family. I hope that Qianye is as kind and innocent as before. Otherwise, the Yu family will be in trouble. Chapter 37:69. We must spread this news. Treasures arouse the envy of others. If the king of the Z mansion knows about this, he will definitely want to take it for himself. Yu Hua began to devise a vicious plan. All right, your trip to the burial ground ends here. You may all leave. I used the last of my strength to create this portal. It can only be maintained for 10 minutes at most. If you don't leave by then, you will have to figure out your own way. Just as Yu Hua was thinking of a vicious plan, the puppet warrior opened the portal and said to everyone. At this moment, the Yu clan and the Z clan were not in a good mood. 60 people came in, and now there were only a dozen left. More than 50 people died. It was a tragedy. The most depressing thing was that they did not get anything. All the treasures had actually been taken away by that brat, Ling Xiao. This was simply too despicable. Although Qianye got the Blood Supreme armor, Zilan understood. This was not a good thing for him. Instead, it was terrible. He was not as strong as Qianye. He thought he could use this trip to the Blood Supreme Sword inheritance to gain an advantage and catch up with Qianye. However, not only did he not catch up, but he also fell behind. It would be strange if he was happy. However, at this moment, no one dared to attack Ling Xiao. Qianye had the Blood Supreme armor. Even if everyone here worked together, they were no match for her. However, no one could predict what would happen after they left. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao went out, unless he was hiding in Qianye's monarch palace, they would be able to get their hands on all the treasures in Ling Xiao's possession. Sister Qianye, this 9 heavens of slaughter, blood demon seal, and 6 million upper-grade spirit stones are all for you. Take this beast ring with you. For now, bring Gao Hong and Zilong out. I still have something to do. Ling Xiao's cultivation was not enough. He could not practice the 9 heavens of slaughter, which was an advanced 7th level emperor level martial skill. He could not even practice the blood demon seal, which was an advanced 6th level emperor level martial skill. Therefore, he planned to give it to Qianye. When his cultivation reached that level in the future, it wouldn't be too late to use it for cultivation. As for immemorial martial skills, he wanted to keep it for himself. Qianye's power of understanding was definitely not as good as his. It was better to leave it in his hands. You still want to stay? Qianye was stunned. The test had already ended. So why did Ling Xiao still want to stay? She couldn't understand. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then pointed to the space behind the throne and said, "If my guess is correct, then there's no one there. This place didn't belong to the Blood Sword Supreme. Instead, it was an underground palace that had sunk into the ground. It had a history of at least 10,000 years. He was even older than the Blood Sword Supreme. I want to see what's inside. You won't be able to withstand it. The killing intent and killing intent there are even more terrifying." The reason why he had such an idea was because the Sun Divine Beast Spirit had been reminding him. Tell him there's good stuff there. He thought that the Sun God Beast Soul was reacting to the Blood Sword Supreme skeleton, but now he understood. It wasn't the skeleton at all. It was something deeper in the palace. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the bones that had been smashed into pieces by him actually came together again. The bones let out creaking sounds. Finally, he let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. After thousands of years, someone actually discovered the secret of the underground palace. You have no way of leaving. You have to finish the last game with me. Everyone was a little dumbfounded when they heard this maniacal laughter. Ling Xiao was also stunned. At this moment, a celestial figure appeared out of nowhere. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a crown. What he means is that you have to enter the mini-universe world that I created as a soul. You have to complete the game that I set up, because you triggered the game. You won't die here, but if you can't complete the game, your soul will be sealed inside forever. That was the case for Shui Yong. His fleshly body had already decayed into bones, but his soul and inner core still existed. They are in my mini-universe world. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe said majestically, I was once the emperor of the Dongsheng strong country. In my mini-universe world, there is wealth beyond your imagination. Whoever passes the final game will be able to obtain everything that I will bestow upon them, including the Dongsheng strong country's heirloom seal. Everyone was shocked to hear this. The heirloom seal. It was rumored that the Dongsheng strong country's heirloom seal was an extremely powerful treasure. It could attack enemies directly. It could also summon the most mysterious, heroic spirit army of the Dongsheng strong country. It was also the symbol of the Dongsheng strong country's rightful heir. Without it, he would not be able to justify his actions. How do I start the game? Ling Xiao asked. It's easy to start the game, but you have to think carefully. Once the game starts, it can't end. You have to compete with the Blood Sword Supreme. He has been trapped here for thousands of years, and he wants to find a scapegoat. Because there's another way to leave the game, which is to find another person with worse results than him. The Dongsheng ancient emperor said calmly, this game is called 9 Deaths and 1 Life. In other words, if the game continues, there's only one way to survive. Everything else is a dead end. Even if your soul or physical body will die, I have to remind you that once you die, everything you've received will be sent out. It will become someone else's reward. That's because the 2nd and 3rd place were only rewarded because of your strength. Therefore, they won't be qualified to receive these rewards. The one who will receive them will be Yu Hua. From the looks of it, the Dongsheng ancient emperor had been monitoring the entire process. That was why he knew Yu Hua's name and ranking. Hearing this, Yu Hua was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had given up all hope and thought that he had no chance with those rewards. However, Ling Xiao, that idiot, had triggered an extra game. Now, it was great. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was not on the same level as the Blood Sword Supreme. How could he win against Shui Yong? So, wasn't it obvious that the reward was going to be his? Ha ha ha, great. That's great. This is called the evils we bring upon ourselves. Yu Qilong, who had woken up, was even more excited than Yu Hua. Ling Xiao, you have to think twice. There's no need to take the risk. Even the Blood Sword Supreme, Shui Yong, couldn't complete the game, so it's even more impossible for you. Anyway, you've already received so many rewards. There's no need for you to do such a meaningless thing. Hearing this, Zi Qianya's expression changed greatly. Everything was going well. However, after the game started, it was not so certain that he would win. Chapter 3770. Zi Qianya wanted Ling Xiao to give up this game. However, what the ancient Dongsheng emperor said next made her feel helpless. It's useless. Once the game is triggered, you must complete it. Otherwise, I'll kill the person who triggered it. I'm much more powerful than the Blood Sword Supreme. I've reached a level that you can't even imagine. Therefore, it's best that you don't resist. However, I'm not the Blood Sword Supreme. I'm not that bloodthirsty. If you give up all the rewards, you can still leave. The ancient Dongsheng emperor suddenly said. Hearing this, the members of the Yu family all laughed. They laughed very happily. If Ling Xiao didn't give up, he would definitely be killed by the Blood Sword Supreme. By then, the rewards would be Yu Hua's. If he gave up, the rewards would still be Yu Hua's. This was simply a gift from the heavens. Zi Qianya didn't look too good. However, after thinking for a while, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Your life is more important. Even if you give your rewards to the Yu family, we still have the second and third place rewards. With the Blood Supreme armor, we won't lose too much." In her eyes, Ling Xiao's life was much better than those rewards. Ling Xiao grabbed Ziqinya's hand and said with a smile, "Sister Qinya, have some confidence in me. Think about it. The Blood Sword Supreme has been in this game for thousands of years. He hasn't passed it yet. This means that he's not suitable for this game, or he's too stupid. Although I'm not as powerful as him, I'm still confident in this game. Regardless of whether it was the first stage of the Evil Spirit Labyrinth or the second stage of the Slaughter Corridor, I obtained first place with the weakest strength. Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Ziqinya seemed to understand what Ling Xiao meant. However, she still couldn't help but say, "The Blood Sword Supreme is vicious and murderous. He won't let you go. Even if he can't beat you in the game, he can still kill you. With his strength, no one can save you. If that's the case, the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor wouldn't let me play the game, because I'll definitely die. From what he said, he wants someone to pass his test. He will definitely ensure that I don't die. At the very least, he won't let Blood Sword Supreme kill me before I complete the game. As for what happens after the game, I have my ways to escape." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely win. Not only would the previous reward not be given to the Yu clan, but they would also be able to obtain even better things. I won't die either." "Ha ha ha ha, you must be dreaming. Do you think you can escape from me?" The skeleton let out a wild laugh, obviously looking down on Ling Xiao. "Shut up." Ling Xiao directly walked over and smashed the skeleton into pieces with a punch. This time, he directly activated the deviant flame and burned the skeleton to ashes. He didn't believe that the skeleton could reform itself. "Brat, how dare you destroy my bones? I will not forgive you." Blood Sword Supreme's voice gradually faded away and disappeared completely. On the other hand, the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. How many years had it been since he had seen such a daring young man? Interesting. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao's words made sense, Ziqinya was still very worried. However, there was no point in worrying. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor had said that only those who triggered the game could enter. No one else could enter. She couldn't help even if she wanted to. Ling Xiao also knew that no matter how confident and safe he sounded, the game would still be dangerous. The danger of this game would not change at all. Therefore, he didn't bother to explain. He just looked at Ziqinya and said, "Since you can't choose, just trust me." "All right, Zilong, and I will wait for you here." Ziqinya's eyes were a little red, which was caused by sadness. She gently hugged Ling Xiao and nodded. "If you don't come out, I won't leave. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or even 1,000 years, I will wait." This was a woman's promise. Ling Xiao felt that this promise was too heavy. He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, you don't have to do this. If I don't come out in 1 month, my body will start to rot. Although a martial artist's body is very strong with my current cultivation, it will probably rot in 1 month. At that time, you and Zilong can leave." "No, I won't leave. Without me, the small Purple Spirit Kingdom can still operate. The Purple Mansion Kingdom will send a new king. You are my good brother and also my savior. Unless you come out alive, the two of us will never leave. That's right, we will never leave." Zilong also roared in the beast ring. All right, Ling Xiao didn't intend to persuade them anymore. He was really lucky to be able to make 2 such friends. Hee, such touching words. "I am so touched," Yu Hua joked. "But unfortunately, the Blood Sword Supreme is not me. That kid can defeat me. He is indeed powerful. However, The Blood Sword Supreme is hundreds of times stronger than me. I want to see how he can come out alive. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you right now. Ziqinya looked at Yu Hua coldly. Now that she was wearing the Blood Supreme armor, she was much stronger than Yu Hua. Yu Hua opened his mouth, but in the end, he obediently shut it and didn't say anything. He was really afraid that Ziqinya would kill him in anger. If that happened, the reward would be gone. All right, it's time to go. Also, I advise those who are not participating in the game to leave through the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate will only last for 10 minutes. If you miss it, you will have to wait for the kid or the Blood Sword Supreme to pass before you can leave. The ancient emperor of Dong, Sheng, suddenly said, "Your Majesty, what if the kid dies?" Yu Hua asked, "Don't worry. If he dies, I will help you send the reward out and give it to the person who deserves it." The ancient emperor of Dong, Sheng, said lightly, "Let's go." Yu Hua was relieved to hear this. He called out to the Yu family and turned to walk towards the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate only had 2 to 3 minutes left. "Let's go too." Zilan also called out to the rest of the Z family and walked towards the teleportation gate. "Sister Qinya, wait for me outside." Ling Xiao looked at Ziqinya and said, "But what about you? Without the teleportation gate, what can you do even if you pass?" Ziqinya asked, "You don't have to worry about that. If he passes, I will send him out. If you don't go out now, you won't have another chance." The ancient emperor of Dong, Sheng, said, "All right, let's go out. Ling Xiao, remember, we will wait for you outside. If you don't come out, Zilong and I will die of old age in the Xiling Nether Realm." With that, she turned and left. Seeing Ziqinya leave, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 3771. After Ziqinya left, Ling Xiao stepped past the throne and walked into a dark tunnel. In the next moment, a blood-red portal appeared in front of him. He walked straight into it. The scene suddenly changed. The dark and bloody ancient tomb actually turned into a place like a paradise. But what made him unhappy was that a mighty warrior with a murderous aura was waiting for him there. "Your blood sword, Reverend Shuiyang?" Ling Xiao asked the man who wore a blood-red armor and held the blood sovereign sword in his hand. Of course, no matter if it was the blood-red armor or the blood sovereign sword, they were all formed by souls. Right now, 2 souls had entered this mini-universe world. Their corporeal bodies were outside. The ancient Emperor Dongsheng would keep them safe for a month. After a month, he would leave them alone, facing a perfect heavenly core warrior who was at the 8th level of the divine core realm. Ling Xiao had no way of fighting back. If Blood Sword Reverend wanted to kill him, it would be an easy task. After all, the gap between their strengths was too big. But Blood Sword Reverend didn't attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Listen, before the game ends, you two are not allowed to kill each other, unless you're ordered by me to fight. If you don't listen, your soul will be destroyed. The ancient Emperor Dong Sheng appeared once again, but it was still an illusion. No one knew where his real body was. Hearing what the ancient emperor said, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Because he was right. The reason why the ancient Emperor Dong Sheng set up this game was to choose someone who could inherit his legacy. Therefore, before the test was over, he wouldn't allow anyone to be killed. Kid, you're lucky, but this is a game that even I can't solve. Can you really do it? Blood Sword Reverend really wanted to kill Ling Xiao because this kid had destroyed his skeleton, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Although his body was gone, his soul and inner core were still there. He didn't want to die yet. If his soul was destroyed, that would be really depressing. You can't solve the game, but that doesn't mean I can't. Does being strong mean I'm smart? Ling Xiao looked at Bloodsword Reverend and said with disdain, since he knew that the other party couldn't make a move here, what was there to be afraid of? At the same time, several figures suddenly appeared outside the burial ground. The members of the Yu clan, Qianya, and the others were teleported out at the same time. What surprised them was that the Xiling Nether region was really bustling right now. He didn't know who spread the news about the burial ground. Even the Purple Mansion King had personally come. The other 4 generals of the Z Mansion army were with him, as well as the marshal. "Hello, everyone," said the king of the Z government, smiling. He then looked at Z Qianyi and said, "Z Qianyi, hand over the Zunblood armor. I can protect your Z family." "Do you think it's possible?" Z Qianya sneered. "I advise you not to act recklessly. Now that the Blood Supreme armor is in my hands, you are no longer my match. If you insist on fighting for it, then don't blame me for being impolite." "Then this king really wants to give it a try." The king of Z Mansion sneered. He activated his true essence and threw a punch at Z Qianya. Z Qianya also launched a palm attack. Rumble! A horrible sound of explosion exploded in the Xiling Nether region. In an instant, the king of Z Mansion was directly blown away. Z Qianya only took 2 or 3 steps back. The advantage was obvious. "I see." The king of Z Mansion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will destroy the Z family?" "You can try. If you dare to destroy the Z family, I will slaughter your entire family." After going through so many things, Z Qianya had become ruthless, and the other party was too much of a bully. She had to be ruthless. "Your Majesty, let's work together. She is alone, and she is definitely no match for us." Yu Hua took the opportunity to say, "The rewards in the burial ground have all been taken by the Z family." He did it on purpose. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. "Who said she is alone? Do you think I don't exist?" Yang Shui suddenly opened her mouth. She was very curious about why Ling Xiao didn't come out with Z Qianya, but it was obviously not the time to ask about this. Z Qianya was Ling Xiao's sister. Of course, she would help him. "Who do you think you are?" One of the generals didn't take Yang Shui seriously at all. He stomped his foot and dashed towards Yang Shui. "You're courting death." Yang Shui only wanted to protect Z Qianya. She didn't want to kill these generals. But this man was courting death and wanted to kill her. Bang! With just a single palm strike, the general was shattered into pieces. He was killed on the spot. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Although Z Qianya knew Yang Shui was strong, she never expected her to be so terrifying. That was a general, an early 6th Divine Core warrior, a mighty warrior at the same level as Z Qianya and Yu Hua, but he was killed with just a single strike. "Let's go." The king of Z Mansion threw a glance at Yang Shui. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Although he still couldn't recognize Yang Shui with such terrifying strength, none of them were a match for her. Although the Blood Overlord armor was great, it wasn't worth it to lose one's life for it. After they left, Yu Hua didn't dare to stay any longer. He ordered his men to keep an eye on this place. Then he quickly left. If he stayed here, he was worried that he would be killed by Z Qianya. Looking at those men, running away in panic, Yang Shui asked, "Where's Ling Xiao?" "He's still inside." The ancient Emperor Dongsheng gave him a test. He wants to compete with the Blood Sword Lord. Although Z Qianya said it casually, it still gave Grandmaster Tai Yuan a scare. Senior wants to compete with the Blood Sword Lord. Oh my God, does he have the confidence to win? He said he does. Z Qianya said, "That's good. I believe I didn't misjudge you. You're able to gain the favor of the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor, to be able to win the Ancient Emperor's favor. This means that in the ancient emperor's eyes, he is not any weaker than the Blood Sword Lord. It seemed like Yang Shuyi trusted Ling Xiao more than Ziqinya. Of course, it might be because her feelings for Ling Xiao weren't as deep as Ziqinya's. Within the ancient Emperor Dongsheng's mini-universe world, the competition between Ling Xiao and the Blood Sword Lord had begun. In front of them were two deep passageways. Terrifying killing intent could be felt coming from the tunnels. There was also the aura of demon beasts. These are two beast tunnels. As long as you can pass through them safely, you'll have passed the first test. The ancient Emperor Dongsheng's shadow said with a smile, "I've passed through a beast tunnel like this countless times. I'll pass it even if I try 10 more times." The Blood Sword Lord said with disdain, "But that guy is dead for sure. The demon beasts in the beast tunnel aren't any weaker than me. There are demon beasts of the 7th and 6th heavenly core realm. Can he pass?" After saying that, he chose one of the beast tunnels and prepared to enter. Because he had tried it many times, he had tried both beast tunnels, but the result was the same. Therefore, it didn't matter which one he chose. Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the beast tunnel, lowering his head as he pondered. He felt that what the Blood Sword Lord said was strange. Chapter 3772. Ling Xiao felt that there was something wrong with Blood Sword Sovereign's words. According to Blood Sword Sovereign, the demon beasts in both immemorial paths of beasts were at the 6th and 7th rank divine core realm. There might even be 8th rank divine core demon beasts. This didn't seem right. There was no way he could be a match for demon beasts at this level. If the ancient Emperor Dongsheng wanted to take the test, he wouldn't set up such an impossible task. Therefore, there was something wrong with Blood Sword Sovereign's words. Could it be Ling Xiao had an idea? He activated his Tai Chi eye and looked into the immemorial path of beasts. Complicated runes were blinking in his eyes. After a brief moment, he stopped. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "All right, both of you, hurry up and pass the immemorial path of beasts. You only have 5 minutes for this test. If you exceed the time limit, you'll fail." The ancient Emperor Dongsheng reminded, "Blood Sword Sovereign, you've been here for thousands of years, but you still haven't understood the mysteries of the immemorial path of beasts. Sai, you've only grown in age and cultivation, but your brain hasn't grown at all. No wonder you were trapped here in the past. Junior will take my leave first." Ling Xiao looked at Blood Sword Sovereign with a smile on his face. After that, he stepped into the immemorial path of beasts. Blood Sword Sovereign was so angry that his face turned pale. This little brat, who was a few thousand years younger than him, dared to call him stupid. Although his words were polite, his scolding was very direct. "You're stupider than him, you can't deny that." The ancient Dongsheng Emperor shook his head and disappeared. Blood Sword Sovereign was still confused. He didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant, and he also didn't understand what the ancient emperor meant. Right at this moment, he didn't have the time to think. He had no choice but to enter the other immemorial path of beasts. Just as I thought. After walking for a while in the immemorial path of beasts, Ling Xiao had confirmed his thoughts. These two immemorial paths of beasts were actually very safe, as you might not encounter any demon beasts. It was also very dangerous, as the demon beasts you might encounter might be at least at the 9th rank divine core realm. The reason was simple. Here, your fears would become reality. For example, if you were afraid that a 7th divine core monster would appear, then a 7th divine core monster would appear. If they were afraid that a 9th level divine core monster would appear, a 9th level divine core monster would appear. Of course, the strongest monster in the game wouldn't exceed the 9th level of the divine core realm. This should be the limit. In order to test his theory, Ling Xiao pictured a first divine core demon beast in his mind. Then he simulated the feeling of fear. Then the demonic beast really did appear. He killed the demonic beast with a single slash. He realized that the demonic beasts here didn't have any demonic beast cores. They were all formed from soul force. He didn't want to waste any more time. He put away his weapon and walked out in a dignified manner. Through the primordial beast path, he quickly saw the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor's true body. At this moment, the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor was not far from destruction. The reason why he was still able to preserve his physical body was because of this. It was purely sustained by a large number of spirit stones. It was all for the sake of finding a fated person to inherit his legacy. He had set up such a test because he would rather go without than have something substandard. Little guy, you're very smart. A rare smile emerged on the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor's face. After all, it had been more than 10,000 years, and more than 100 people had come here. Most of them were killed by Blood Sword Reverend. There were also some who gave up. No one had ever solved his test. Now that he had met Ling Xiao, a little guy who had easily solved the first test, how could he not be happy? But even so, he still couldn't feel at ease. Because Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who had solved the first test. Others might have taken a longer time, but there were a few who had solved it. Too bad they didn't manage to pass the second test. Thank you, Senior Ancient Sovereign. Ling Xiao stood there, waiting for Blood Sword Reverend to arrive. The second test should be carried out together with Blood Sword Reverend as well. Right now, he could hear the sounds of killing coming from the other primordial beast path. Obviously, Blood Sword Reverend had gone too deep into the Tao of killing. That was why he only thought of exchanging violence with violence. Therefore, he had actually increased the difficulty of the primordial beast path for himself. At the last minute, Blood Sword Reverend finally escaped from the primordial beast path. When he saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How could you have passed the primordial beast path before me? And why aren't you injured at all? Blood Sword Reverend asked angrily. Obviously, it's because you're an idiot. Ling Xiao mocked. To tell you the truth, as long as there's no fear in the primordial beast path, there won't be any monsters. If there's no fear in the primordial beast path, there won't be any monsters. Think about it. Is it because whatever you're afraid of will appear in the primordial beast path? Because he was sure that he could win, and even if he lost, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal to say this out loud. He could even anger Blood Sword Reverend. What? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Blood Sword Reverend was annoyed. He was starting to wonder if he was really stupid. It had been thousands of years, but he didn't notice the problem. He even needed Ling Xiao's reminder to find out. Don't be angry. It's not that hard to admit that you're stupid. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Blood Sword Reverend took in a deep breath. Although he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, who dared to disrespect him. However, he gave up when he saw the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor. Being annoyed wouldn't solve anything. Anyway, this kid won't be able to jump around for long. I don't believe that all the stages can be solved with petty tricks. Blood Sword Reverend gritted his teeth. He felt that he was getting worse and worse by getting angry at a kid who was thousands of years younger than him, lowering his status. All right, the two of you don't have to bicker anymore. First, let me say something. This small world was opened up with my soul realm as the foundation. Therefore, it's not stable. Perhaps this will be the last game. If the two of you fail, then stay here and accompany me to end this 10,000 years of waiting. If one of you wins, then that's for the best. This small world will collapse at that time. However, I'll be at ease if I die. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor spoke again. It was obvious that he was the most anxious one. To him, this might be the last game. After this, his soul realm world would completely collapse, and he would die. Last chance. Blood Sword Reverend was clearly anxious. He hadn't been able to solve this puzzle for thousands of years. Could he really solve it in a short time? Perhaps the Blood Sword Reverend didn't know that he was just a little pressure that the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor wanted to give Ling Xiao. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor wasn't counting on him. The main test this time was Ling Xiao. I didn't sense it wrongly. His body contains the 12 divine beast guards. Although he only obtained 2.5 of the 12 divine beast souls, he has inherited my legacy. Enough. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with joy in his heart. Chapter 3773. The ancient emperor of Dong Sheng really hoped that Ling Xiao could pass the test. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also observing the ancient emperor of Dong Sheng. Perhaps it was because of his martial soul. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of these mighty warriors. He could sense that the ancient emperor of Dong Sheng's aura was somewhat similar to Yu Fanghua's aura. Once upon a time, I had a feeling that Yu Fanghua's strength was hidden a lot. Now, judging from the aura Yu Fanghua unleashed, I think she is at least at the 9th heavenly core realm. She is even stronger than this ancient emperor of Dong Sheng. Indeed, the starting point was high, and it was terrifying. At the same time, he was reincarnated into the Black Tortoise continent. Although the Moon Lady was reincarnated, she would forget everything that had happened in the past, and would only be revived after 10 reincarnations. As for Jiangchen, he was reincarnated. He retained his memories and cultivation techniques from his previous life, but he had lost his cultivation. Although they were both cultivating, the gap between them was still huge. The Eternal Palace is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao finally understood how powerful the Eternal Palace was. All right, let's cut the crap. Before this soul realm world collapses. Let's do this. Before this soul spirit collapses, we need to complete all the tests. The second test is a duel. Duel? Don't tell me I have to fight against the Blood Sword Lord, Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. If that was the case, he might as well just give up. But he believed that such a thing wouldn't happen. That's right, you have to fight against him, the ancient emperor of Dong Sheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was startled. He had a feeling that the ancient emperor of Dong Sheng's smile had a deeper meaning. The ancient emperor of Dong Sheng didn't explain. He just unleashed the 2 puppets. In an instant, one of the puppets turned into Ling Xiao while the other turned into Blood Sword Supreme. However, the puppet that transformed into Ling Xiao possessed the strength of a perfect 8th heavenly core warrior. The puppet that transformed into Blood Sword Lord's puppet had the strength of a perfect 2nd heavenly core warrior. The 2 puppets looked exactly the same as Jiangchen and Yu Fanghua. The puppets were obviously made with special materials. They didn't look like puppets at all. They looked like real humans. However, he had no emotions and only knew how to fight. Explain. The second stage's battles are very simple. Ling Xiao fought the Blood Sword Supreme puppet, while the Blood Sword Supreme puppet fought the Ling Xiao puppet. What I need to tell you is not to treat your opponents as puppets. Because this was my world, the puppet of Supreme Blood Sword possessed all of Supreme Blood Sword's experiences, combat skills, and strategies when he was at the peak 2nd Divine Core realm. This included martial soul's divine abilities, and so on. Similarly, the puppet Ling Xiao possesses everything that Ling Xiao possesses when he's at the perfect 8th heavenly core realm. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor seemed to be very proud of the setup of this stage. His pale face was brimming with a smile. The so-called 9 deaths, and 1 life is literally what it means. You only have one way to survive, and that is to complete this game. Then they would win. Otherwise, it will collapse along with this soul realm world. Is it over after defeating the opponent? Ling Xiao asked. Of course not. The end of this game was the failure of one of the two sides. If one of them lost the first battle, the game would be over immediately. But there is no winner, because in order to win this game, you have to defeat at least 10 opponents, and you have to defeat all 10 of them at the same time. 1 against 10. The one who can defeat all 10 opponents first will be the final winner, and he will have everything that I have. Let me remind you, Ling Xiao, the best result of the Blood Sword Supreme was when he defeated 7 of his own puppets. Can you do better than him? The ancient Dongsheng Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Ling Xiao finally understood. For the past few thousand years, the Blood Sword Supreme had been the only one challenging the puppets. Because he had no opponent, he had to defeat his own puppets. That didn't feel good. Although it was a puppet, it still looked like him. It was really unlucky for him to kill himself. Of course I can do better than him, because my puppets aren't easy to defeat. That is, if they really have everything that I have. Ling Xiao actually didn't believe what the ancient Dongsheng Emperor said. He might be able to imitate other things, but not the martial soul of Tyrant Sky. Perhaps even the ancient Dongsheng Emperor himself didn't know what Ling Xiao's scariest trump card was. Cut the crap, you'll know once you try. This time, I will definitely pass this game. My opponent was too strong when I tried to kill my own puppet, but that guy's puppet won't be able to withstand a single blow. The Blood Sword Supreme sneered. All right, since we're going to start, let's start. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor knew that time was of the essence. Without wasting any more time, he waved his hand and ordered both parties to start the battle. Ling Xiao's opponent was the Blood Sword Supreme's puppet. Right now, the Blood Sword Supreme's puppet had everything that the Blood Sword Supreme possessed when he was at the peak 2nd Heavenly Core Realm. The weapon in its hand was no longer the Blood Sovereign Sword. It was the first Blood Sun Skyward. This Blood Sword Supreme is indeed a genius. He's only at the 2nd Heavenly Core Realm, but he's able to use a weapon that can only be used by 3rd Heavenly Core warriors. Ling Xiao looked at the Blood Sword Supreme's puppet in front of him and became cautious. But being cautious was one thing. He didn't think the Blood Sword Supreme would be his match if they were at the same cultivation level. Therefore, he didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He only used his innate fiend god, Sword Soul. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor's game was indeed interesting. It was fair to both parties. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the Blood Sword Supreme. The Blood Sword Supreme's opponent was Ling Xiao's puppet. The weapon in the puppet's hand was the Blood Sovereign Sword. It was exactly the same as the Blood Sword Supreme's weapon. So, this is the default weapon? Ling Xiao smiled. He really wanted to know how strong the peak 8th Heavenly Core Ling Xiao that the ancient Dongsheng Emperor imitated was. But right now, it was better for him to finish his battle as soon as possible. In order to avoid affecting each other, both of you will have to fight separately. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor smiled. He plucked 2 leaves from the tree and gently blew on them. The leaves had actually sucked both of them into the battlefield. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao finally understood what it meant by a world in a flower, a pagoda in a leaf. Although this was because they were in the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's soul ocean, because the ancient Dongsheng Emperor could do whatever he wanted. But it was still shocking enough. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor looked at the scene in the 2 leaves, and he couldn't help but lock his gaze onto Ling Xiao. This kid, the secret in his body, even I can't see through it. It's as if there's an extremely terrifying existence in his body. Whenever my soul gets close to it, it will be sucked away and devoured. Could there be something more terrifying than the 12 divine beasts' thrones in this world? Looks like he has the potential to be the one to break through the 12 divine beasts' thrones. If that's the case, then I can rest assured and entrust everything to him. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Chapter 3774. The Blood Supreme. Sword belongs to me, but it was stolen by Shui Yang. Too bad. He can't unleash the true power of the sword. That's why he can't get the true name of the sword, the Eastern Victory Sky Sword. No, perhaps even I can't unleash the true power of the sword. If this Ling Xiao can, he will be able to activate the immemorial martial skill. He will achieve something even more glorious than me. Let's hope he can succeed. If not, he still won't be qualified to possess the Eastern Victory Sky Sword. Although the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor admired Ling Xiao a lot, but in order for his inheritance to be inherited by someone who had the ability to do so, he still wouldn't be partial to anyone. He would rather that thing disappear with him. Let's play with you first. Let's see what you're capable of. Within the leaf's dimension, Ling Xiao looked at the puppet in front of him and smiled. If he attacked with all his strength, this puppet wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Even without transforming, he could easily defeat this puppet. Although the Blood Sword Supreme was a genius, he still couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao. But now, Ling Xiao needed to observe the combat style of this puppet. This way, when the number of opponents increased, it would be easier to deal with them. After taking out the first Blood Sun world, Ling Xiao lightly stomped his feet and dashed forward. The Blood Sword Supreme puppet was the first to attack. The Blood Sword Supreme was the founder of the Purple Palace Army. Ling Xiao was still very excited to be able to fight against such an opponent. Ignorant kid, you're courting death. The Blood Sword Supreme puppet's tone and expression were exactly the same as the real Blood Sword Supreme. This soul realm was really mysterious. With the help of a puppet, it could simulate a real opponent. This was really interesting. Blood Devil Seal. The Blood Sword Supreme puppet unleashed the Blood Devil Seal. But Ling Xiao noticed that the high-grade 6th Order Emperor Blood Devil Seal had been weakened to a low-grade 3rd Order Emperor realm. Perhaps it was because it matched the strength of the peak 2nd Heavenly Core Blood Sword Supreme. Blood Shadow Kill. Ling Xiao also used a low-grade 3rd Order Emperor realm martial skill. Because of this, both swords and martial skills were of the same grade. The result of the battle would depend on their true strength. Ding! The two swords clashed, producing a burst of energy fluctuation. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched in the fight. This surprised Ling Xiao. Without using his beast's soul transformation, he was only able to fight to a draw with a martial artist of the same realm. This wasn't common. Usually, it was an instant kill. From this, it could be confirmed that the Blood Sword Honorable was truly talented. Interesting, let's go again. Phantom Kill. The Phantom Kill was stronger than the Blood Shadow Kill. He wanted to see what kind of moves the Blood Sword Supreme puppet could perform. Slaughter in the 9 heavens? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Blood Devil Seal. Contrary to his expectations, the Blood Sword Supreme puppet still used the Blood Devil Seal. However, there was only one Blood Devil Seal. This time, as the first generation's Bloody Sun world trembled, the Blood Devil Seal actually split into 3. The power of each strike was stronger than the previous one. From the looks of it, he hasn't fully unleashed his strength. Phantom Kill destroyed 3 Blood Devil Seals. Ling Xiao was thinking about what level of strength he should use to test his opponent. Unexpectedly, the Blood Sword Supreme took the initiative and attacked first. 9-layered Blood Devil Seal. The Blood Sword Supreme furiously roared out. The first generation's bloody sun whirled pointed a few times in the air, then 9 terrifying blood-red sword seals were unleashed at the same time. One after another, each strike was stronger than the previous one. A mid-third order emperor martial skill. This is obviously created by the Blood Sword Supreme himself. Ling Xiao had heard about the Blood Devil Seal from Zi Qianye. In fact, this Blood Devil Seal could be unleashed with any weapon or bare hands. However, unleashing 3 Blood Devil Seals at the same time was the limit. The 9-layered Blood Devil Seal was clearly a special technique. Jiang Chun felt that the Blood Sword Supreme was really strong. Luckily, he was only a peak second Heavenly Core warrior. If not, Jiang Chun might not be his match. Third style of Blood Shadow Sword skill, multiple Blood Shadow Kill. This move was already at the level of a mid-third order Emperor class martial skill. Ling Xiao was also increasing his attack according to his opponent's strength. He wanted to see what the limit of this Supreme Blood Sword Supreme Puppet was. The multiple Blood Shadow Kill and the 9-layered Blood Devil Seal collided violently. It was a draw again. You're really strong. Then, let's see my strongest attack. 9 Heavens of Slaughter. Destroy. The Supreme Blood Sword Supreme Puppet finally unleashed the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. However, due to the limitation of its cultivation base, the strength of this attack was at most a third-order Emperor martial skill. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao had basically figured out his opponent's strength. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "It's time to end this. We've wasted enough time." Yin-Yang Cosmic Tiger Beast Soul Transformation. Last style of Blood Shadow Sword skill, Blood Shadow Clone / The third style, multiple Blood Shadow Kill, was just a shadow clone. Only one of the clones had real destructive power. As for the fourth style, Blood Shadow Clone / there were 3 clones in total, and each of them had the same destructive power. Furthermore, its destructive power had reached the third order Emperor martial skill. Together with the Beast Soul Transformation, it was a powerful attack. This move easily shattered the puppet of the Blood Sword Supreme. The moment Ling Xiao killed the Supreme Blood Sword Supreme Puppet, he appeared outside the leaf space. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng was surprised. This was because he had never seen anyone who could kill an opponent in such a fast speed. He had only been distracted to watch the other battle, and the battle here was already over. Well done. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng smiled and said, "Do you want to continue or wait for a while?" "Let's wait for a while. Is the Supreme Blood Sword Supreme not done yet?" Ling Xiao asked. "He's in a tough battle. I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards." The ancient emperor of Dongsheng smiled at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the battle. He then realized that his puppet had already entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation. He even used the Crimson Thunder God. However, he still couldn't defeat the Supreme Blood Sword Supreme. Just as he had expected, the simulated puppet would not inherit all of his abilities. For example, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Tai Chi, I had already surpassed the ancient emperor of Dongsheng's abilities. But even so, in Ling Xiao's opinion, the puppet that had entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation should be able to easily crush its opponent. Sure enough, the Tai Chi Eye's influence is too great, but it shouldn't be this bad. What's wrong? Ling Xiao carefully observed the battle. He realized that the puppet Ling Xiao was still using the Blood Shadow Sword skill, but it was adjusted to a 7th order Emperor martial skill. Therefore, the martial skill wasn't a problem. Oh, right, the growth rate is different. Ling Xiao realized another problem with the simulated puppet Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao puppet wasn't the same as the 8th Heavenly Core puppet. because he couldn't imitate the sky tyrant martial soul. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng's simulated growth rate was wrong. It was much lower. Chapter 3775. No wonder this Ling Xiao puppet is at least 100 times weaker than me when I'm at the perfect 8th divine core realm. No wonder we couldn't finish the battle after half a day. Ling Xiao smiled. It looked like, even in his own world, the ancient Dongsheng emperor couldn't do whatever he wanted because of his lack of strength. What are you smiling at? The ancient Dongsheng emperor asked curiously. I'm smiling. This Ling Xiao puppet is too weak. I'm 100 times stronger than him when I'm at the same cultivation level. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Young man, you're pretty confident. Based on your logic, doesn't that mean you can defeat 100 peak second divine core supreme blood sword puppets? The ancient Dongsheng emperor said. Something like that. But 100 peak second divine core supreme blood sword puppets are still superior in terms of numbers. It's going to be tough. Ling Xiao said cautiously. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng thought that Ling Xiao would flatly deny it. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to just be modest. He was extremely shocked. For the past tens of thousands of years, even when he was still alive, he had never seen such a frightening genius. To be honest, he didn't really believe what Ling Xiao said. But since Ling Xiao was so confident, he should be able to easily defeat 10 opponents, right? With this thought in mind, the ancient Dongsheng emperor became excited. If that was the case, it would be great. The inheritor he had been waiting for tens of thousands of years was finally going to appear. The two of them sat there and waited for more than an hour. Finally, the Blood Sword Lord's battle had ended. He had won. He had defeated Ling Xiao's puppet, but he was severely injured. From the looks of it, any one of them could easily kill him. Isn't my puppet very powerful? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Damn brat, this is my first battle, and I got hit because I didn't understand the situation. I won't let it happen again. Of course, the Blood Sword Lord wouldn't lower his head. All right, both of you have done well. Now, I'll restore both of you to your pre-battle condition. The ancient Dongsheng emperor said with a smile on his face. After that, he waved his hand. The wounds on Blood Sword Supreme's body were all gone. It wasn't that he was powerful. The key was that this was his soul realm world. Most of the things that he wanted to do could actually succeed. Now, the two of you have recovered. Next, how many opponents will you challenge? The ancient Dongsheng emperor asked with a smile. Let him speak first. Blood Sword Reverend glanced at Ling Xiao and said, Why don't you go first? You've already fought countless battles like this. You have experience and are a senior. Don't embarrass yourself too much. Ancient Emperor Dongsheng said to Lord Bloodsword. The Blood Sword Reverend felt helpless. The Dongsheng Ancient Emperor was clearly biased towards Ling Xiao. But there was nothing he could do. But if he was biased, then so be it. It wasn't a big deal. It was fine as long as he didn't take sides in battle. He thought about it carefully, then gritted his teeth and said, I'm not in a hurry. I'll take it slow. He had won the previous battle with great difficulty. The strength of Ling Xiao's puppet was not inferior to his at all. He had relied on his familiarity with the rules and more battle experience to barely win. Therefore, 2 opponents was already very difficult. To be honest, he really did not expect this battle to be so difficult. In the past, when he fought against himself, his best result was facing 4 of himself. When he fought against others, his best result was facing 7 opponents. He had not expected that this time he would not even have the confidence to fight 2 of them. You don't seem to have the courage that you once had. The Dongsheng Ancient Emperor glanced at the Blood Sword Reverend, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, How many do you want to challenge? The blood sword reverend looked at Ling Xiao. He was also curious about how Ling Xiao, who was participating in such a battle for the first time, would choose. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, 10. Although he could defeat dozens of them, he wouldn't waste his time doing something so useless. Since he could pass with 10, why should he waste his time? What? Hearing this, the blood sword reverend and the Dongsheng ancient emperor were stunned. Are you sure you want to challenge 10? You have to know that the difference between 10 and 1 is huge. I advise you to take it slow. Anyway, as long as you're injured, I can heal you. The Dongsheng ancient emperor did not want Ling Xiao to die. That was why he said that. He felt that this young man was a little greedy. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, since he wants to die, you can fulfill his wish. 10 of my puppets? What a joke. Who does he think he is? The blood sword reverend was stunned for a moment before he laughed maniacally. This was because he felt that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. He believed that his puppets were extremely powerful. It was already difficult to deal with 1, let alone 2, even if Ling Xiao was a genius like him. Dealing with 4 was already the limit. Challenging 10 at once. If that was not crazy, then what was? You can't do it, so you think that others are crazy. How pitiful. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the Dongsheng ancient emperor. Your Majesty, I'm sure I want to challenge 10. No, I'll give you time to think about it. Blood sword reverend, you can also have a good rest. The Dongsheng ancient emperor was still unwilling to let Ling Xiao, the son of hope, die just like that. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao to calm down. I don't need to rest. Let's begin. The blood sword reverend was not frightened by Ling Xiao's number of challenges. Everyone knew how to talk big. All right then, you can start first. The Dongsheng ancient emperor waved his hand, and the blood sword reverend was sent into the space of the leaf. He had to face 2 Ling Xiao puppets at the same time. Little guy, watch carefully. Don't underestimate your opponent. The Dongsheng ancient emperor said to Ling Xiao earnestly. Ling Xiao knew that this old man was doing it for his own good. However, he was not interested in watching any longer. The difference in strength between the so-called numinous firmament puppet and him was simply too great. He persevered for a while. He discovered another secret. Not only did the Ling Xiao puppet not have the sky tyrant martial soul, but it also did not have the god position of the 12 divine beasts. In other words, the so-called unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation was just the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. It did not have the sun god beast soul or the sun god bloodline. This was beyond the Dongsheng ancient emperor's control. Therefore, Ling Xiao's puppet did not know the bloodthirsty rat plague, ground golden light technique, or bloody rat devil art. It also had the powerful life reversal. It also did not have the god position beast soul special technique. It was a defective product. No wonder even the blood sword reverend could not win against it. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. What are you doing? The Dongsheng ancient emperor asked. Your Majesty, I know you are worried about me, but don't worry. It's just the blood sword reverend's puppet. It won't take long to deal with it. I might even be able to deal with the 2 Ling Xiao puppets faster than the blood sword reverend. Ling Xiao said confidently. Forget it. Since that's what you want, I won't stop you. Go. I hope you can come out alive. The Dongsheng ancient emperor took a deep breath and waved his hand, sending Ling Xiao into the space of the leaf. Chapter 3776. Blood Sword Supreme. If the 2 of us were to fight, I would definitely lose. However, your puppet's cultivation is similar to mine. How could it be my match? Your soul has been trapped for thousands of years. It's time for you to reincarnate. Let me give you a hand. In the space of the leaf, Ling Xiao was still calm facing the 10-blood sword supreme puppets. However, the ancient Dongsheng Emperor was not as relaxed as him. He was obviously nervous. He was afraid that Su Mo would be finished. Forget it. Let's not watch. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor waved his hand and avoided the scene of Ling Xiao's battle. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would be killed by the blood sword supreme puppets. Ling Xiao did not know what was happening outside. What he needed to do now was to focus on the battle. In the blink of an eye, he had already transformed into the Hell Nine-Headed Snake Beast Soul. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake Beast Soul was very easy to transform into when fighting against many. The moment the transformation was complete, 9 ferocious snake heads popped out from his back. Each head released a terrifying poisonous fog. 9-headed snake poison region, Death Kingdom black poison. The black poisonous fog instantly filled the entire space. The 10 blood sword supreme puppets sensed the terror of the Death Kingdom black poison and took out their talismans to defend against it. Even so, they had to consume 30% of their strength to prevent the poison from entering their bodies. They were not as strong as Ling Xiao to begin with. Now that they were weakened by the Death Kingdom black poison, they were even weaker. Hurry up and kill him. This guy knows how to use poison. We can't handle it. One of the blood sword's supreme puppets roared and released his martial soul. It was a blood-red sword. Indeed, the blood sword supreme had a sword martial soul. Suddenly, the 10 sword martial souls were released at the same time. The air was filled with a powerful killing intent. It gathered together and blocked the attack of the Death Kingdom black poison. This blood sword supreme has indeed killed a lot of people. His killing intent is so concentrated that it's almost materialized. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the 10 incoming opponents. It's not good to go out too early. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Who knows if the Dongsheng ancient emperor has any evil intentions? Why don't we play with these guys? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled. His figure flickered, and he easily dodged the blood devil seal attacks of the 10 people. Then he suddenly launched a sneak attack. With the arcanum bow in hand, he shot one of them from a distance. This time, he used ordinary true essence arrows, but his strength was clearly stronger than those puppets. Therefore, he managed to kill the enemy with a single arrow. Continue. After killing one of the puppets, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He gestured to the other 9 people. Everyone, this guy is very cunning. We need to attack together. Blood Sword Supreme wasn't stupid. Blood Sword Supreme's puppet was naturally not stupid. The death of one person made them understand that attacking like a swarm of bees would not solve the problem. They had to cooperate. Agreed. The 9 of them were telepathic and knew what the other party was thinking. This made Ling Xiao frown involuntarily. No wonder the Dongsheng ancient emperor was worried. It turned out that the 10 puppets were telepathic. Whatever one of them was thinking, the others would know. In that case, their cooperation would be perfect. Compared to fighting alone, it was much more powerful. Kill. The 9 of them pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless and responded cautiously. He realized that one of them was charging at him without caring about his life. It was as if he was a death warrior. This scene caused him to be shocked in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Immobilization talisman. Another person used the immobilization talisman. Ling Xiao felt his body suddenly stop. Although it was only for a moment, the other party had seized the opportunity. The death warrior pounced on his body. Then he started to detonate his inner core without hesitation. What a crazy way of fighting. Dragon trapping talisman. At this moment, Another person used the dragon trapping talisman to trap the Death Warrior and Ling Xiao together. Not only would this protect them from being affected, but it would also increase the power of the inner core's explosion. Perfect. It's really perfect. It's a pity that these 9 people don't exist in reality. Otherwise, if they worked together, they would really be invincible. He could feel his opponent's inner core exploding. However, Ling Xiao secretly praised the other party. If it weren't for the fact that he had the ultimate Dan stage martial artist's divine pill in his body, he might have really panicked at this moment. It's a pity that you guys are still one step behind. When the inner core exploded, the energy was instantly absorbed by Ling Xiao's divine core. It did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. What? The remaining 8 Bloodsword Supreme puppets were all shocked by this scene. Even the explosion of the inner core could not kill Ling Xiao. This made them even more nervous. Release the puppet beasts. One of them gritted his teeth and said, as the founder of the Purple Palace Army, Supreme Bloodsword was an expert in creating puppets. Of course, he would have puppets with him. He didn't use them before because he didn't have enough time. But now, Ling Xiao was trapped in the dragon trapping talisman. They finally had a chance. Each Supreme Bloodsword took out a puppet beast. It was the size of a palm and looked like a lion. However, it was a blood-red puppet. Bloodfang Beast, release. All 8 of them circulated their energy at the same time, causing the palm-sized puppet beast to instantly grow bigger. In an instant, it had grown to a height of 4 meters and a length of 6 meters. Roar. A terrifying roar could be heard in the air. It was as loud as thunder. Damn. All of them are early 3rd Divine Core puppet beasts. This Supreme Blood Sword really has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. When Ling Xiao saw these puppets, not only did he not feel scared, he became excited instead. If the battle was too boring, he wouldn't be interested at all. However, the difficulty of the battle had increased by a lot. 8 peak 2nd Heavenly Core Bloodsword Supreme puppets and 8 early 3rd Heavenly Core Bloodfang Beast puppets. Boom! Right at this moment, the dragon trapping talisman shattered. Attack! The Supreme Bloodsword puppet gave the order. 8 ferocious Bloodfang Beast puppets leapt towards Ling Xiao. As for the 8 Supreme Bloodsword puppets, each of them held a talisman in their hand, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Body securing talisman. Another body securing talisman. Although it was simple, it was very useful. But this time, Ling Xiao wasn't frozen in place. What a joke. If he was careless again, he might really lose his life. Body securing talisman. Seeing that the body-securing talisman failed to freeze Ling Xiao, another Supreme Bloodsword puppet quickly took over. They wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. But Ling Xiao's speed had shocked them. The second body-securing talisman still failed to freeze Ling Xiao. Just as the 3rd Supreme Bloodsword puppet was about to take over, Ling Xiao's attack had arrived. Phantom kill. With a single slash, Jiang Chun killed the 3rd Supreme Bloodsword puppet. 7 left. Although the master was dead, the puppet beast still existed. It was just that it couldn't be controlled. The Bloodfang Beast puppet just followed the order and kept attacking Ling Xiao. Chapter 3777. The Bloodfangs puppet beast that had lost control could still attack Ling Xiao. But the attack had disrupted the Bloodsword Supreme's puppet's plan of attack. It had messed up their teamwork. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao unleashed another attack. Bloodlight Clone Slash. A single man turned into 3 blood-red lights. He killed 3 Supreme Bloodsword Supreme's puppets at the same time. Ling Xiao was such a man. In a battle, you should never give him any chance. Or else, once he sees the chance, you would be the one in trouble. 4 left. When there were only 4 puppets left, Ling Xiao didn't continue attacking. Instead, he dashed into the group of Bloodfang's puppets. Suddenly, a divine dragon that looked like an ice crystal appeared behind his back. Divine Ice Dragon, Ice Aeon. In an instant, all the Bloodfang's puppets were frozen. After that, 9 snakeheads stretched out from the ground and crushed all the Bloodfang's puppets. For Ling Xiao, who had transformed into a beast soul, these Bloodfang's puppets were simply too weak. Only a late 3rd Divine Core warrior could pose a threat to Jiang Chen. These early 3rd Divine Core Bloodfang's puppets. Unless he was unprepared, there was no way they could hurt him. How can he be so terrifying? The Blood Sword Supreme's puppets had the same thought process. The Blood Sword Supreme claimed to be the #1 genius of the Purple Kingdom, and even the #1 genius of the Dongsheng Kingdom. Therefore, when they saw how terrifying Ling Xiao was, they were stunned for a moment. They were even terrified. Do you have any other trump cards? Take them all out. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 4 Blood Sword Supreme's puppets. If he wanted to, he could kill all 4 of them in an instant. But that wouldn't be fun. Also, it would end too quickly. But too bad, they had run out of tricks. That's all? How boring. At my level, the Blood Sword Supreme is just SOSO. Ling Xiao sneered. Buddy, since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. The remaining 4 Blood Sword Supreme's puppets looked at each other. They were ready to fight. 4 layers of bloodthirsty demonic domain. Bloodthirsty demonic realm was one of the Blood Sword Supreme's signature moves. It was a pity that it wasn't among the rewards this time. It was not an offensive martial skill, but a supportive martial skill similar to a domain. A person's bloodthirsty devil domain was 1 level. For people meant that he was at the 4th level. Any enemy trapped in the bloodthirsty demonic domain would be tortured by the terrifying killing intent and murderous aura, just like the second test. In fact, the second test was based on the bloodthirsty demon domain. The reason why the Blood Sword Supreme puppet didn't use this move before was because it would consume too much energy. However, they no longer had the confidence to win. He could only go all out. Rumble. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on him. It's equivalent to 4 times the pressure of the second stage. Not bad. If I hadn't gone through the second stage, it would have been a little troublesome. But now, what effect will 4 times the pressure have on me? Ling Xiao shook his head. Sure enough, the other party had already exhausted all of his abilities. In order to thank them, Ling Xiao decided to end the battle. After delaying for so long, he felt that it was about time. 9 Heavens of Massacre. The 4 of them used 9 Heavens of Massacre at the same time and pounced towards Ling Xiao. After the move was released, the 4 Blood Sword Supreme puppets released their inner pellets at the same time. They were ready to explode. TSK. Blood Sword Supreme is indeed the Blood Sword Supreme. Normal people wouldn't be able to deal with such a fighting style. Ling Xiao exclaimed. The founder of the Purple Mansion Army really lived up to his name and was admirable. Although he hated that guy, he was definitely a battle genius in terms of fighting. He was about to release his inner pellet to defend against the explosion of the 4 inner pellets. As for the 9 Heavens of Massacre, it couldn't hurt him at all. With his beast soul transformation, he was unharmed. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt his heart palpitating. It was a palpitating feeling that could seriously injure or even kill him. What is going on? Logically speaking, the 4 Blood Sword Supreme puppets were no longer a threat to him. But why did he have such a feeling? He had always trusted his instincts. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. He decided to give up on using his inner pellet. Inner pellets were very precious to him. Most importantly, they could protect his inner pellet and allow it to grow safely. If something went wrong, he would lose more than he gained. However, if he didn't use his inner pellet, he would have to face the explosion of the 4 inner pellets. He gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Even if he was injured, he would be fine as long as he didn't die. However, the 4 inner pellets didn't explode. Just as the 9 heavens of massacre was about to hit him, he noticed that the 4 Bloodsword Supreme puppets were mumbling to themselves, using my inner pellet as a sacrifice to summon the Sky Demon. He couldn't hear the other words clearly. However, he heard these words clearly. Just as he was confused, the 4 inner pellets disappeared. They disappeared into thin air. Then a huge demonic claw reached out from the ground and grabbed Ling Xiao. The huge sky demon's head reached out from the ground. It was ferocious and terrifying. The demonic claw was like a huge vice that grabbed onto Ling Xiao tightly. Ling Xiao couldn't escape. Luckily, I didn't use my inner pellet earlier. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Ling Xiao was glad that he made the right choice. If he had used his inner pellet earlier, the only possibility was that his inner pellet would have been sacrificed. The sky demon that was summoned would be even more terrifying. If that was the case, he would have helped the enemy. The Bloodsword Supreme is so powerful. He actually has such a move. It's probably a move to perish together with the enemy. Ling Xiao could feel the power of the demonic claw and couldn't help but sigh. Kid, you are indeed powerful. However, after using this move, you won't have any more chances. One of the Bloodsword Supreme puppets fell to the ground and couldn't move. His inner pellet had been devoured by the Sky Demon. He wasn't far from death. Actually, you should have used this move from the start. Otherwise, you might have been able to perish together with me. But now, it's not bad that you're able to hurt me. Ling Xiao wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Sky Demon, summoned by the 4 inner pellets, was basically the combined strength of the 4 men. It was equivalent to a peak 3rd Heavenly Core warrior. It was indeed powerful, but for Ling Xiao, such strength wasn't something he couldn't defeat. Actually, he had 2 options right now. One was to fight the Sky Demon head-on. The other was to dodge it with the Earth-crossing Golden Light skill. The Sky Demon wouldn't last long. It would only last for 2 to 3 minutes. If he could survive it, he would win. But obviously, Ling Xiao wouldn't use this method to win because it was too boring. Ling Xiao, who was in the demonic claw, instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly mouse. After that, he grabbed the Sky Demon's claw with both hands and forcefully pulled it apart. This scene almost scared the 4 Bloodsword Supreme puppets to death. Chapter 3778. Once the heavenly demon died, the 4 Bloodsword Supreme puppets lost their vitality. They lost their lives in despair. Ling Xiao looked on indifferently as they completely disappeared. Then, he walked out of the leaf space. This battle made him understand a principle. No matter what, he should never underestimate his opponent. Although it was impossible for there to be 10 identical Bloodsword Supreme in this world. However, he couldn't be careless. His carelessness this time had caused him to be injured. Although it was only a light injury, he still felt that it wasn't worth it. Originally, he could have easily ended this battle. When he walked out of the leaf space, he realized that the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor was looking at him as though he had seen a ghost. Is there something on my body? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Do you know what earth-shattering thing you have done? The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor smiled bitterly. It has been 10,000 years. I have seen countless geniuses, but none of them could pass this stage. However, not only did you pass it, but you also passed it so quickly. It seems that I have underestimated you. Perhaps your potential is much greater than mine. Come, let me heal you first. No need. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ling Xiao had only suffered a light injury, and had already recovered. There was no need for any treatment. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor once again revealed an astonished expression. To be able to recover in such a short time meant that Ling Xiao's soul was extremely powerful. After all, it was Ling Xiao's soul that had entered this soul realm. I have really found a treasure, a real treasure. The 10,000 years of waiting have not been in vain. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor was elated. He had painstakingly chased after her for so many years, all for this day. Whether it was the wisdom and calmness of the first stage or the strength of the second stage, he was very satisfied. This had far exceeded his expectations of a genius. As for the secrets in Ling Xiao's body, he didn't care anymore. He was satisfied to have such an outstanding genius to inherit his legacy. The Blood Sword Supreme hasn't come out yet? Ling Xiao asked. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor nodded. He then waved his hand and showed the battle scene of the Blood Sword Supreme to Ling Xiao. The Blood Sword Reverend was currently in a tough battle. One Ling Xiao puppet had already caused him to be seriously injured. Two Ling Xiao puppets had almost forced him to use all his strength. However, he couldn't help but admire this old man. With the experience of the first battle, this old man actually seemed to be able to win. Even though they were in a passive position, one of Ling Xiao's puppets had already been destroyed. The remaining one was also in dire straits. Who would win this battle would depend on their willpower at the end. The Blood Sword Venerable probably didn't expect that the scapegoat that he had been waiting for so long had already completed the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor's test. However, for the sake of fairness, the ancient Dongsheng Emperor had waited for him to come out. Ling Xiao sat to the side and watched the battle in boredom. He wanted to comprehend the Blood Devil Seal and the 9 heavens of slaughter from the Blood Sword Supreme's battle. This way, it would be easier for him to cultivate in the future. After 3 hours, Blood Sword Supreme finally crawled out of the leaf space. It really crawled out. He was on the verge of death. It was even worse than the previous time. The Blood Sword Supreme was like a half-dead dog that couldn't even stand up in front of Ling Xiao. However, the Blood Sword Supreme was in a daze and didn't notice that Ling Xiao and the ancient Dongsheng Emperor were sitting there and looking at him. Save me. He knew that as long as he didn't die, the ancient Dongsheng Emperor would heal him no matter how serious his injuries were. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor waved his hand, and a white light covered the Blood Sword Supreme. At this moment, the Blood Sword Supreme heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he was able to persevere was because he wanted to leave this damned place. No treasure could compare to freedom. With his current strength, even the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong Country couldn't do anything to him. When the time came, he could do whatever he wanted in the Dongsheng Strong Country. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't expect him to survive from the 10 Blood Sword Supreme's puppets. He knew how strong the Blood Sword Supreme's puppets were. Even with his strength, he could barely deal with 4 of them, and that was with the help of his supreme talisman that couldn't be imitated. He only had 3 of those talismans left. He estimated that he could take on 3 more. As for Ling Xiao, how could he take on 10 of them? As he felt the white light enter his body, his injuries healed quickly. Moments later, he was completely healed. He opened his eyes and looked at the ancient Dongsheng Emperor, waiting for the ancient Dongsheng Emperor to announce that no one could pass this game. Therefore, he could be an exception and be released from this place. However, a face with a smile that was not a smile appeared in his line of sight. The shock that this face gave him was no less than seeing the face of the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong Country, who was chasing after him. "You, how is this possible?" The Blood Sword Supreme said in shock. "I'm sorry, Blood Sword Supreme. You've lost." Ling Xiao let out a mocking smile. "This is impossible. The Blood Sword Supreme roared. How could he believe that this was real? He had spent so much effort to deal with two of Ling Xiao's puppets, but Ling Xiao had easily dealt with one of them. He couldn't accept this. Cheating. He must have cheated. Ancient Dong Sheng Emperor, you're siding with him. The Blood Sword Supreme had gone crazy. He couldn't accept that Ling Xiao had easily done what he had risked his life to do. Cheating? If I wanted to cheat, I wouldn't have waited for you to come out. I would have killed you immediately. If I hear you say something like this again, I'll kill you. Don't blame me for destroying your body and soul. Although the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor had a good temper, he was once an overlord. His dignity was inviolable. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the Blood Sword Supreme. The Blood Sword Supreme trembled in fear and didn't dare to say another word. In front of the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor, the Blood Sword Supreme was nothing. However, I have just thought about it. In order to make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly, I will give you a chance. I'll make you accept my defeat and set a new stage. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor suddenly laughed and said, I'll let you fight the real Ling Xiao. However, his cultivation must be at the same level as yours. This is your last chance. If you win, you can leave this place and regain the right to use the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword. Are you willing? Yes, of course. How could the Blood Sword Supreme not be willing? In his mind, Ling Xiao's puppets were Ling Xiao. Since he could kill two of them, why couldn't he kill one Ling Xiao? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ling Xiao, are you willing? The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said, you can choose not to participate in this stage. It won't affect your rewards. I'm willing. Ling Xiao had wanted to kill the Blood Sword Supreme for a long time. Too bad, he wasn't strong enough. If only he could experience the combat strength of a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior. Chapter 3779. Ling Xiao would definitely agree to the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor's suggestion. Not only would he be able to kill the Blood Sword Supreme, but he would also be able to experience the Blood Sword Supreme. Most importantly, he could also experience the feeling of this realm, which would lay a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. All right, since both of you have agreed, let's begin. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor waved his hand and sent both of them into the leaf space. Kid, what kind of surprise will you give me? The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor looked at the two of them in the leaf space. He was both nervous and excited. To him, Ling Xiao was his future hope. He could not afford to lose him. However, from another perspective, he believed that Ling Xiao would be able to pass the final test. Once he passed, he was willing to give Ling Xiao the Dong Sheng demonic sword that came with the Dong Sheng sky sword. The Dong Sheng demonic sword was of the same quality as the Dong Sheng sky sword. However, because it was a demonic sword, it was extremely terrifying and could corrode one's soul. It could cause one to fall into a demonic state. The Dong Sheng ancient emperor originally wanted to completely destroy this sword. However, after seeing Ling Xiao's talent, he decided to give it a try. As long as one's soul was strong enough, they would be able to suppress the demonic sword. In the leaf space, the Blood Sword Supreme looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Kid, the stupidest thing you've ever done was to agree to this suggestion. If I can kill your two puppets, killing you will be a piece of cake. At this moment, he was no longer in a sorry state like before, nor was he depressed like before. He felt that this was the best chance that the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor had given him. I've killed 10 of your puppets. There's no point in talking about this. Let's do it. Let me see how strong the real Blood Sword Supreme is. Ling Xiao said calmly, all right, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. However, you don't have to be angry. Even if you're dead, you'll be my stepping stone. You should be proud to be able to become the stepping stone of the Blood Sword Supreme. You won't die in vain. The Blood Sword Supreme took out the Blood Supreme Sword. It was the Dongsheng Sky Sword that the ancient Dongsheng Emperor had mentioned. Hee, you think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao was not intimidated by the other party's anger and fear. The more hysterical they were, the angrier they were. This showed that the other party lacked confidence. Ling Xiao never thought that he would lose to the Blood Sword Reverend. With that, he drew the East Victory Heavenly Sword. The feeling of breaking through to the 8th level of the Divine Core Realm is great. A powerful force surged within his body. He felt that every strike of his sword could change the color of heaven and earth. He didn't even need to transform. All he did was release his innate God-fiend sword soul. The East conquering heaven sword pointed at the Blood Sword Supreme. Goodbye, old man. You should have died thousands of years ago. Suddenly, he turned into a blood-red ray of light. At that moment, the Blood Sword Lord was terrified to the extreme. He did not underestimate his opponent. They even stared at Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao to attack. However, his opponent's sword was too fast, too accurate, and too powerful. He couldn't dodge or block it. He didn't even have the chance to use the talisman before he felt a sharp pain in his throat. His entire body was numb. His consciousness was fading. No, this is impossible. Why is this happening? Why? I don't believe this. His final cry could be heard from the leaf dimension. Ling Xiao gave him an indifferent glance. Then he drew the East Victory Heavenly Sword. He didn't take the storage ring, because this place belonged to the soul realm. Everything was formed by his soul energy, so it was useless to take it. He walked out of the space within the leaf. However, the ancient Dongsheng Emperor was still staring at him in shock. After a long while, an excited smile emerged on his face. You're really strong. I've waited for 10,000 years. I thought I'd never be able to find the person I'm looking for. But you're a few hundred times stronger than the person I'm looking for. I'm so glad. Now, I can finally leave this world in peace. Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of person the ancient Dongsheng Emperor was looking for, but he could guess that the person was intelligent, talented, and possessed some strange abilities. Those were the 3 characteristics. As for the rest, perhaps only the ancient Dongsheng Emperor knew. Follow me. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor opened a portal. He walked in. Ling Xiao followed him in. Everything in here is real. There are a total of over 1,000 storage rings. The best one is my Dongsheng Emperor ring. Not only is it big, but it's also good for storing items. It even has the effect of a beast ring. The most amazing thing is that it can ignore the weight of 3 living things. In addition to my collection, there are also the collections of over 1,000 cultivators who entered here, including the Blood Sword Venerable. Perhaps because he was escaping, he had a lot of things. You can take all of them. Talismans, puppets, superior-grade spirit stones, and some martial arts manuals. Although you've obtained the Blood Demon Seal, the 9 Heavens of Massacre, and the immemorial martial arts technique. But you can't cultivate those 3 for the time being. What's most suitable for you now is still a 4th grade Emperor martial arts technique. There are many such martial arts techniques in this storage ring. You can choose one to cultivate. As he spoke, the ancient Dongsheng Emperor passed the Dongsheng Emperor ring to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the Dongsheng Emperor ring and replaced it with the ring he got from the bloodthirsty demon general. He thought that the ring was good enough, but he didn't expect to get an even better one. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ling Xiao said, You're welcome. You've passed my test. This is what you deserve. Let me remind you that the Dongsheng Emperor ring has 2 forms. One is the ordinary form. You can't see anything special from the outside. The other is the Emperor form. my aura, and the private seal of the Dongsheng Emperor will appear on it. Don't take it out easily. Otherwise, you'll attract trouble. This private seal can mobilize the most terrifying secret army of the Dongsheng nation. Even the current Dongsheng Emperor doesn't know where that army is. Is this the heirloom seal? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right. Besides being a storage ring, it's also the heirloom seal. It can be big or small. It's very convenient to carry around. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor nodded. Hearing this, Ling Xiao really felt that there were all sorts of strange things in this world. Everyone thought that the heirloom seal of the Dongsheng nation was a seal. Who knew that it was actually a ring? Without a doubt, Ling Xiao was the biggest winner of this trip to the burial ground. He didn't just get the good stuff from the Blood Sword Supreme. He also got the collections of thousands of geniuses, including the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's collection. The wealth that he had now was definitely the best in the entire Dongsheng nation. Disregarding everything else, just the Dongsheng Emperor ring alone was extremely terrifying. Try to touch the Dongsheng Emperor ring and insert your soul power. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor smiled. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and did as he was told. Chapter 3780. Ling Xiao walked into the portal created by the Dongsheng Emperor ring. He found out that there was a huge small world inside. He couldn't see the end of it. What was even more amazing was that there was an army of over 10,000 soldiers here. Even the most ordinary soldier in this army was at the 6th Divine Core realm. The commander of this army looked exactly the same as the ancient Dongsheng Emperor. His strength was at the 9th Divine Core realm. Ling Xiao, listen carefully. You can command this army of 10,000 soldiers. However, because your cultivation is still relatively weak, you will be more restricted. There are 3 things you need to pay attention to. Firstly, you can only summon the soldiers once a day for 3 minutes each time. As your cultivation improves, the duration will become longer, and the number of times you can summon them will increase as well. Secondly, you can't summon more than 10 soldiers at once. Similarly, the duration will change as your cultivation improves. Thirdly, Commander Dongsheng Yun will only appear when your life is in danger. You can't summon him. As your cultivation improves, the duration will change. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor's voice suddenly sounded out. Understood. Although there were many restrictions, Ling Xiao still felt that it was too overbearing. Even if he could only summon 10 soldiers at once a day, even if he could only summon 10 soldiers at once, even if he could only summon them for 3 minutes, he couldn't be any more awesome. Those were 10 perfect 6th Divine Core soldiers. Their combat strength was even stronger than Yuhua's. Each of them was as strong as the Purple Palace King and Ziqianya with the Blood Sovereign armor. He was going to be rich this time. With a thought, he left the small world inside the storage ring. Putting aside everything else, just the Dongsheng Emperor ring alone was enough to make anyone jealous. Perhaps even the warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation couldn't resist such a huge temptation. Oh, right, Your Majesty, what level is the immemorial martial skill that Blood Sword Reverend possesses? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. This question had been bothering him for a long time. It's at least a 9th level Emperor realm, much better than the 9th Heavenly Slaughter technique. I have no idea where Blood Sword Reverend got it from, but he can't even cultivate it himself. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor explained. 9th level Emperor realm, and it was the least. He had previously thought that this immemorial martial skill was on the same level as the 9 heavens of massacre. This was too awesome. However, at this stage, he was definitely unable to cultivate. If it was a 9th grade Emperor realm martial skill, then normally only a 9th grade Divine Core warrior would be able to cultivate it. He might be able to break through to the 8th divine core realm earlier, but that would only be possible if he broke through to the 8th divine core realm. He had to wait. It really made him anxious. All right, keep these things well. There were 2 more weapons on the other side. One was the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword, while the other was the Eastern Victory Demon Sword. It belongs to you too. The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor said with a smile. Don't I already have the heavenly sword of Dong Sheng? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. What you have is only the shell of the Dong Sheng heavenly sword that the Blood Sword Supreme stole. The sword spirit was still there, without a sword soul. The East Victory heavenly sword was merely a spiritual grade, heavenly king artifact. However, the Dong Sheng heavenly sword that possessed a sword soul was no longer that simple. You should know that even I have yet to truly master the heavenly sword of Dong Sheng and demonic sword of Dong Sheng. Therefore, whether you can take them away or not will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor said with a smile. Ling Xiao looked in that direction. He could feel that the Sun Divine Beast soul was attracted by that aura. Could it be that these 2 swords were transformed from demonic beasts, and one of the 12 divine beasts? His guess wasn't true after all. Ling Xiao believed that once he got his hands on those 2 swords, he would know what they were. But he was sure that they were extremely powerful, because even though he was far away, he could still feel the terrifying aura rushing towards him. Sigh, it was these 2 swords that caused me to fall into someone's trap. In the end, I had no choice but to rest here forever. The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor sighed and said, from that moment onwards, although the Dong Sheng Strong Country was still the Dong Sheng Strong Country, the royal family no longer had the surname Dong Sheng. Instead, it became Gu. But in the end, they didn't get the heirloom seal from me, so the throne is still unstable even though it has been 10,000 years. Your Majesty, do you want me to take back the throne for you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. It's been 10,000 years, and I'm no longer in the mood for revenge. I'm just worried about the descendants of the Dong Sheng royal family. I'm afraid the Gu family won't let them off so easily. The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor sighed and said, if you have the heart, you can help me find the descendants of the Dong Sheng royal family. If they are in trouble, help them. If their lives are stable, don't do anything. Maybe it's not bad to be an ordinary person. Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll definitely help. Ling Xiao said. The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor had given almost everything to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao naturally had to repay him. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. You're a divine beast martial artist, right? The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor suddenly asked. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, that's right, I'm a divine beast martial artist. No wonder. The sword souls of the Dong Sheng Sky Sword and Dong Sheng Demonic Sword are related to the divine beast. I'm afraid you're the only one who can truly control them. The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor sighed and said, as far as I know, there are only a handful of divine beast martial artists in the 4 major regions. There are only about 10 of them, and the divine positions of those people are all low-level deity positions. Compared to you, they're too weak. The beast god divine position you possess feels very powerful. What level is it exactly? What? There are different levels of divine positions. This was the first time Ling Xiao heard of such a thing, and he was confused. You don't know? The Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, of course there are different levels of divine positions. Low-level deity positions, mid-level deity positions, high-level deity positions, supreme deity positions, and overgod positions, and the oldest and strongest primordial divine position. I feel that your divine position should be at least a high-level deity position. It's much stronger than the low-level and mid-level deity positions I've seen before. Hearing the Dongsheng ancient emperor's words, Ling Xiao didn't react. The divine sun beast soul and the divine ox beast soul were obviously dissatisfied. High-level deity position? What they possessed was the true meaning of the primeval god position. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to sense their dissatisfaction. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know how to explain. He decided not to say anything. Let me put it this way. The sword souls of the two swords should be the souls of two high-level divine beasts. If you want to control them, you have to at least have the divine position of a high-level divine beast. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, the Dongsheng ancient emperor continued. In fact, without a high-level divine position, it's useless even if you have the two swords. Just like the Blood Sword Supreme, it will only make the originally outstanding weapons ordinary. In that case, even if the Blood Sword Supreme passes your test, he won't be able to get the real Dongsheng Sky Sword and Dongsheng Demonic Sword. Ling Xiao asked, curiously, Chapter 3781. That's for sure. But if he really wins, he can get the other things I have. The Dongsheng ancient emperor nodded. As for the Dongsheng Sky Sword and Dongsheng Demonic Sword, he doesn't have the right to take them. Even if I give them to him, it's useless. Now that you mention it, what are these two swords made of? And what are their sword souls? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. The Dongsheng Sky Sword and Dongsheng Demonic Sword were both made from the teeth of the Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. The most powerful part of the Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat is its two teeth, which can pierce through the void. The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat's beast soul is a high-class beast soul. The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat is also a high-class beast god. It's not easy to get its two unique teeth. I don't know which expert refined its teeth into two swords. The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat's soul is also fused into them. The Dongsheng Sky Sword has good intent, while the Dongsheng Demonic Sword has evil intent. When I obtained these two swords back then, both sword souls were sealed, so I was able to use them. Recently, as the seal is worn down, the sword souls are releasing more and more pressure. Even I can't control them. So I guess only a beast god martial artist like you can control it. Once these two sword souls are fully awakened, I really don't know how powerful they'll be. Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. I can't say for sure. I only know that no one in the four regions is a match for the Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. Not even the paragons of the four regions. Although the Dongsheng ancient emperor had been here for tens of thousands of years, people often came in. So he had a rough idea of the situation outside. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was even more excited. No one in the four regions was a match for the Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat was only a high-class beast god. The sun god was the primeval beast god. Just how terrifyingly powerful was the sun god back then? But I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you. The Dongsheng ancient emperor suddenly sighed. You should know that treasuring a treasure is a crime. With such a treasure, the experts of the Dongsheng kingdom won't let you go. They'll do everything they can to take it from you, especially these two swords. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know? Ling Xiao said indifferently. That may be the case, but there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Don't forget that you obtained the Blood Supreme Sword in the game with the Blood Supreme Sword Supreme. As far as I know, the current imperial family of the Dongsheng Empire, the Gu family, knows about the relationship between the Blood Sovereign Sword and the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword. Back then, the Blood Sword Supreme had been hunted down because of the Blood Supreme Sword. It's not because he killed too many people. The ancient Dongsheng Emperor reminded. Hearing such a reminder, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. If that was the case, he really couldn't stay in the Dongsheng strong country any longer. Perhaps it would not be too late for him to find another place to hide and show himself after he had become stronger. In any case, Zi Qinya now had the blood sovereign armor, the blood devil seal, and the 9 heavens of slaughter. He had become much stronger. Even the Purple Mansion King didn't dare to provoke her. He didn't have to worry too much about the siblings of the Z family. Without any worries, it didn't matter even if he had to leave. What he didn't know was that because of the inheritance of the Blood Supreme, the Purple Mansion King, the Purple Mansion Marshal, and a few other generals were all on the move. Currently, the outside world was in an uproar. If he was still alive, Yu Hua would never accept this. He would definitely create a lot of rumors to attract people's attention. Ling Xiao was just a peak 2nd Heavenly Core warrior, and he was just a peak 2nd Heavenly Core warrior. Even if he was a peak 8th Heavenly Core warrior like the Blood Supreme, he would still be hunted down. Perhaps it was a good thing for Zi Qianya and Zi Long that he was gone. But this time, he wouldn't disappear forever. He wasn't the Blood Supreme. He wasn't a pushover like the Blood Supreme. If he had the same cultivation as the Blood Supreme, even the Emperor of the Dong Sheng Strong country wouldn't be able to defeat him. Besides, he also had the Dong Sheng Heavenly Sword and Dong Sheng Devil Sword, 2 treasured swords that even the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor couldn't control. Also, there was the immemorial martial skill, a frightening martial skill that even the Blood Supreme couldn't cultivate. If he absorbed all of these, not to mention the Dong Sheng Strong country, perhaps not many people in the entire Golden Heavenly region could be his match. Child, you don't have to be afraid. The 4 regions are much more complicated and vast than you can imagine. Even if you can't stay in the Dong Sheng Strong country, you can still go somewhere else. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor thought Ling Xiao was scared, so he comforted him. Aren't the 4 regions, the Golden Heavenly region, Eternal Emperor region, Savage Beast region, and Deep Sea Dragon region? The more Ling Xiao grew, the more he realized how ignorant he was. He didn't know there were so many levels of godhood. He also didn't know the actual situation of the 4 regions. The full name of the 4 regions is actually 4 regions and 9 heavens. It consists of the 4 regions of the Yang world and the 9-star heavenly region of the Yin world. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor explained. 9-star heavenly region? Ling Xiao asked curiously. What's that? Simply put, it's 9 small worlds. But it's not exactly small, because each 9-star heavenly region is hundreds of times bigger than the Western region. The 9-star heavenly region is definitely not weaker than the 4 regions. There are many places you can go, the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor said. The Yin world can only be entered through a teleportation gate, right? That's right. It depends on your luck. When the time comes, you can naturally enter the 9-star heavenly region. The ancient Dong Sheng Emperor nodded. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. The existence of the Yin world meant that he might encounter more challenges. He couldn't be careless. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Quickly subdue the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. My soul realm is about to collapse. Suddenly, the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor frowned as he felt his anxiety. Okay, Ling Xiao nodded and walked towards the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. At that moment, the 2 swords seemed to have transformed into 2 ferocious demon beasts. Its huge body released a terrifying power. Even the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor couldn't get close. However, Ling Xiao smiled and walked forward. Facing the ferocious blood-fang heaven-splitting rat, he released an even more terrifying aura. It transformed into the original form of the everlasting heaven-splitting rat. Its huge body flapped its wings and flew in the void. If it was just the everlasting heaven-splitting rat, it might not be as powerful as the blood-fang heaven-splitting rat. However, the everlasting heaven-splitting rat had a divine sun-beast soul. And it was a complete divine sun-beast soul, although it hadn't fully awakened. The powerful aura that belonged to the primeval beast god made the two blood-fang heaven-splitting rats kneel on the ground and obey. Ling Xiao grabbed the two swords. It felt so good. However, he wasn't in a hurry to inject the sword soul of the Eastern Victory Sky Sword into them. Once it had a sword soul, the Eastern Victory Sky Sword's level would be too high, and Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to use it.